Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Welcome in, guys. Happy Sunday. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Welcome back to J is for Justice. Welcome to part 2 of our ISP, which is Idaho State Police document drop. Happy Sunday right back to you guys. We're starting a little early. No, we're early. You're not late at all. But I do have an announcement to make before we begin. I want to let you guys know a fellow creator, Kathy P., unexpectedly and suddenly lost her husband yesterday. If you're familiar with Kathy P., then you know her. If you're not, I'll just let you know that she is a fellow creator who is a very, very, very kind woman. I don't know her all that well, but I do know she's a good person, and she's gone through health issues herself, still on the mend from that, and her husband unexpectedly passed away yesterday. So there is a PayPal pool for her. It will be scrolling in the chat like every 5 minutes. I set it up, so if you'd like to contribute to her PayPal, Queen Bee just shared it. They collected $2,000 for her already. So if you'd like to help out to Kathy P., even $1 helps. Anything helps. I can't imagine losing my spouse and losing my spouse without warning. So my thoughts and prayers go out to Kathy P. And then, like I said, it will be scrolling within the chat. So, yeah, pray for her strength and all of that. Thank you so much, you guys. We have an amazing community here, and I love that, we all stick together when there's things going on. So if you can't afford to help her, say a prayer. Send her condolences. Let her know that you're thinking of her. So, bad news. Yeah, sad news. So be looking for that. It'll pop up in the chat shortly here because I have it on a timer. If it doesn't, I'll figure it out. Oh, there it is. Our fellow friend and creator, Kathy P. It's up there. So thank you guys so much. And thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. Hey, Frag. Good to see you. Buck Cherry. Good to see you. Brit P. Yep, sometimes reaching out makes all the difference. Danny from LA. Why does YouTuber Jules have such an issue with Dylan? I don't know. I couldn't psychoanalyze her if I tried, Danny. Good to see you, though, again. Hi, Sophia. Good to see you. ND Bushes. Dazed and Confused. Hello, Dreams. Lindsay Hendricks, I'll take a bagel if you don't mind. Northern Beans, Snowflakes. Good to see all of you today. So let's dive right in. We left off on page 133, and that's where we're going to start. Let's get into it. ND Bush's links are on several community posts for condolences in different ways for Kathy P. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you guys are great. Okay, so here we go. This is page 133. And let's see where we are here. So this is Gideon, FBI Task Force Officer Gideon Roberts. So now we've got an FBI doing several interviews and collected associated evidence. And what this FBI agent got, thanks, Sarah Adams. What this FBI agent got was blank purchased blank from Kaylee. Now, I don't know, but remember we heard she sold it on Facebook, her car, before she got the Range Rover. I don't know, but I'm going to mod you up. Brit P. Frag, why did you put the, what do you mean Circle of Doom? What's going on? Am I cutting out again? Can you guys hear me? I have been having glitchy ass problems. If you're having problems, leave and come back. Okay. When someone puts that little thing in chat, it really is a shocker for a creator. You feel like your stream ended or something. Hey, Potato. All right. I threw Brit P a wrench to assist today. Thank you, Brit P. Because I don't want any FUBJs about Kathy P. I want positivity for Kathy P. Thank you, Potato. Oh, there's Angie. Angie was cooking. Thanks, guys. Let's keep the drama out of this stream today. And we're not going to associate BJ with Kathy P. This is about Kathy P. and her loss. No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure because it was starting already. I sound very clear. Alrighty. Okay, so we're back to the FBI. I'm actually not going to be looking at chat for this reason. Okay, so ISP detective and FBI task force officer Gideon Roberts, they looked at blank purchase blank from Kaylee. She sold her car. Then we have blank of blank regarding transient mail. Blank of 1122 King Street, Moscow, Idaho, and blank collected DNA sample after initial interview. So we have these two guys. One was born in 1953. And one was born in 1978. One was born in 1968. And one was born in 2001. These are the people they interviewed. Thank you, Sarah Adams. Off topic real quick. I'm a mod friend of Dr. Vanna. Wondered if you'd collab with her in the future. Yeah, sure. She's been in here and we've actually, I think we mentioned it before, but yeah, absolutely. I love talking this case for sure. Okay, so let's get into these interviews. On November, thank you again for your super chat, Sarah. She's too shy to ask herself. Really? Well, email me and send me her contact info. On November 17th, 2022, I interviewed, I just saw her on that other channel, the one that used to be Law Offices of Andrew something. God, I can't remember his name now, but it used to be him and Laney Law. I just saw her on there this morning. Okay, so the first interview was on November 17th. I interviewed blank by phone regarding his purchase of a blank from Gonsalves on November 12th, 2022. He provided the following information. So Kaylee literally sold her car the day before on Facebook. Hey, Mike. He located the car on Facebook Marketplace. After corresponding with Kaylee via Facebook Messenger and agreeing on the sale price of $6,500, he met her in the Hayden, Idaho Walmart parking lot around 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. on November 12th, 2022. So the morning of the game day, she went and sold her car. Kaylee arrived in the blank, and her father arrived a short time later. After a test drive, he handed Gonsalves the $6,500 cash and completed the deal. He heard Gonsalves tell her father she was going to keep the money as she got into a light-colored blank that had arrived as they completed the deal. So she literally on the 12th... Stop. She literally on the 12th went and sold her car and picked up her new one. All in one stop. Hey, Penny, good morning. On November 23rd, he was unable to see who was in the car or provide additional details. On November 23rd, I interviewed blank by phone regarding blank, provided the following information. Blank was a transient subject who arrived at the facility on October 31st, 2022, and stayed until November 3rd, 2022. On the evening of November 3rd, blank collected his personal items and left the facility in a minivan. Blank didn't know who the vehicle belonged to. On November 23rd, I interviewed blank by phone. Blank is the blank for 1122 King Street, Idaho. Blank provided copies of the current and previous lease, work order requests, and an invoice for completed work. I forwarded the email and documents to FBI Tactical Specialist Maria Tyndall to be included in the case file. Blank also provided the following information. The lease listed Kaylee, Maddie, and then blank, Xana, and blank as the lessees from June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2022. And blank as occupants from June 9th, 2021 to May 31st, 2022. The digital numeric keyless entry located on the front door had blank codes. Programming, 1, programming, 2, maintenance, 3, code A, which was given to occupants, and code B, if an occupant was locked out by accident. Occupants could provide the door code to whoever they choose. The keyless entry was maintained by blank of Moscow, and it was last serviced on October 19th of 2020. The keyless entry was not Wi-Fi or Bluetooth and did not keep a log of entries. On December 4th, 2022, at about 3:05, I contacted blank by phone and requested a DNA sample. Blank had been interviewed the previous day by ISP detectives. However, they had not collected a DNA sample. Blank agreed to meet me at the blank in Moscow to provide a DNA sample at 2:42. Detective Matt Heinel and I met with blank. He signed a consent and got the new swab. At 3 p.m., I processed the DNA sample at MPD and entered it into evidence. I have no idea who these people are, though. All right. From November 27th to 28th, ISP Hopkins and Brown collected surveillance footage from the blank sorority house, and blank, captured on November 12th and 13th. Okay, so they got from two sorority houses, and then from a business located at blank in Moscow. They got footage. On December 8th at approximately 2 p.m., Idaho State Police Andrew Weinstein took custody of Blank's fingerprints and buccal swabs from Ryan O'Neill of the FBI. O'Neill transported the fingerprints and swabs to Idaho State Police. I mean, you've got to admit, though, in reading through these, they did have suspects. It's okay, Frag. It could be the actually like the rental. Didn't they have like a rental? God, what do you call it? Property manager. A property manager. Sounds to me like they had that. They interviewed that property manager lady. Oh, without the sheath, I don't think they would have. Dude, can you imagine if he didn't leave? Hey, Green-Eyed, if he didn't leave the sheath, that he could possibly be wandering around right now? Isn't that weird? Could be the landlord as well, yes. Hi, Auntie Cheryl. Okay, so this next one is interviews by phone in relation to tips received. On November 17th, I conducted numerous interviews related to tips. All calls were digitally recorded. Go ISP. Unlike, Mr. Payne, who didn't record any interviews. Hardly. Okay, so we had 4 interviews here. So on November 17th at approximately 9:57 in the morning, Detective Hodel and Detective Clark spoke to blank on the phone. She stated she was in the social media video at the food truck where Kaylee and Maddie were seen. She did not remember any interaction with them. She said she was there with a friend who was later identified as blank and had already been interviewed by another detective. She said she was there with another male, blank, but did not know his last name. She said she was just calling because she saw herself in the video on the news and did not want police staff to track her down. No further information. Here's another call. This person was at the Starbucks in Moscow when she got a text from Washington State alerting her to the homicide in Moscow. She went on to say that another female standing next to her got a text alert from UI stating to shelter in place. She did not know who this female was, but said that the female stated she had seen a bloody knife outside the blank in Moscow in a drain pipe. The female told blank she had reported what she saw to a blank employee. What? Blank described the female as 5'2" to 5'4", blondish brown hair, and had a blank tattoo. I later contacted blank and spoke to a manager. The manager advised me there was no record of anyone reporting finding a knife. She assured me that she would have called police. The exterior of blank was also searched by myself and several other detectives during the evening of November 16th, and nothing of interest was located. What? That is weird. In a drain pipe. So this girl got the damn... Wow. That's pretty freaking weird. Blondish brown hair and a blank tattoo. Here's another one that says no further information. 11:17 at 12:11. they spoke to blank on a recorded phone call. He stated he was a Washington State University student and he and his wife were visiting for blank. He told me that his daughter and wife noticed a male following them while inside the blank in Moscow on the evening of Friday, November 11th, 2022. He said his wife initially thought it was loss prevention, but after hearing about the homicides, he felt he needed to call and advise about this male. ISP sergeants collected surveillance video from blank and it has been submitted into evidence. Flow, me too. Blankety blank. On 11/17, they spoke to this person, said 3 years ago, she had an employee at her blank business in South Dakota named blank. Blank said she had a dispute over money and saw through security cameras that blank became angry and began breaking things in the kitchen while holding a knife. Blank said she was afraid of blank and that he had mental issues. He now lives in Moscow, but has not had contact with him in 3 to 4 years. On November 20th, Detective Andy Hodel received tip number 391 and conducted numerous interviews in relation to this tip. Okay, so the tip stated that blank, date of birth in 1969, called in and reported an intruder that had entered her blank house in Pullman in October of 2021 with a knife and wearing a mask. The tip referenced Pullman case number blank. They talked to her on the phone. Hang on. Okay. One night, blank left to pick up a friend around 2:30 in the morning. When they got home, they noticed their back door was open and their roommates had locked themselves in a bedroom. One roommate said she woke up to a male wearing a mask, holding a knife, standing over her. She kicked him and he fell backwards and he ran out of the house. She said police responded, then eventually questioned the male who lived in the second unit of the house, but he was never charged. She would not tell me the name of the victim, but told me the victim's mother's name is blank and gave me her phone number. Blank then gave blank the phone. She said all the girls lived with her were members of a sorority, and she was a junior during last school year. She said that the neighbor who was questioned did not cause any problems prior or after this incident. I don't think it was the neighbor, y'all. She said she is living in the same house this year and has not seen the neighbor since March of 2022 when his lease was not renewed. She said she did not associate with any of the sororities at UI and did not know any of the individuals that were killed. She said she had parked her car outside the back door and had left it unlocked when she went to pick up her friend who was nearby. She said the door was normally locked other than when the residence was making a quick trip away from the house. At approximately 16:11, Detective Powell and I contacted blank by phone. He told me his daughter's name is blank and gave me her phone number. Blank told me she called Moscow police on November 16th and the Pullman Police Department on November 17th. She was told they could not initially find the report and then later told it had been sent to Moscow police. She told me Officer Banks was the investigating officer who communicated with her. I received a copy of the Pullman police report and the suspect was identified as blank. Date of birth 1981. Could that have been Kopaka? Because he moved out in March of 2022. Could Kopaka have been the upper, and then he moved into the Steptoe? Or not Steptoe, but the other apartments where he was swatted? This has a date of birth, the guy who was living there has a date of birth of 1981. So the girl who kicked this person said that he was short, right? But if the guy was hunched over and she kicked him in the stomach and he ran out, he could have appeared shorter than he was. Oh, by the way, Britt P, did you see that Ryan won $1,000 chess last night or yesterday? Yeah, it's really strange, right? Okay, so they contacted the girl, and this is what she said. On the night of October 9th, 2021, she had gone to bed early. Now, this is in Pullman. Yeah, he did. My other son told me. I guess they put these random chests that you can find, and he found one. And you get $1,000. It's pretty sweet, huh? Trust me, he needs it. On Ash Street. Yeah, that's the one we watched the body cam to. This is the same incident in Pullman. Hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm always distracted lately. Okay. No, my son won. He's on a scavenger hunt right now. Sorry. All right. I'm back. Okay, so This is what she says happened. On October 9th, she went to bed early because she had to get up for work early. At approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on October the 10th, this is 2021, so it would have been 10, 10, 21. So 10:21. It is a lot, Amy. I'm trying to take it chunk by chunk. Austin, we can get into that. We can revisit that in another stream for sure. Because I just wonder where Kopaka was living prior to living in that apartment with the roommates when he got swatted. Because he had PTSD, he might have appeared weird to these girls. Just being that he, because they said he was an older guy, he really wasn't that old. Born in 81. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what year he was born, but anyways, it's neither here nor there. But we can revisit that whole December 15th weirdness along with Bryan Kohberger's pullover with his dad, right? Just strange. Maybe we'll get something about the SWAT in these documents here. I don't know. Okay, so on October 10th of 2021. Oh, I know 37's ancient to a kid like that. I have videos on it. I don't know if anybody could locate one and share. We've gone over it before, but I don't mind revisiting. She heard her bedroom door open. Okay, so she's in bed. It's 3 a.m., 10/10/21. Thanks, Flo. And she hears her bedroom door open. She said she rolled over and saw a male walking into her room wearing a ski mask and holding a knife. She said she turned on her bed and kicked the male hard enough to knock him back to the wall. She said the male stared at her for a few seconds before running up the stairs and out of the house. She said she was completely sober and aware of what happened. See the difference between her being sober and the girls being drunk, right? I don't know. It's just weird. 10, 21. I don't know. Just these 1, 1, 2, 1. I don't know. Just all these number games. Thanks, Potato. You guys can go ahead and save those links that Potato and Flo are going to throw in the chat for your watch laters. And we can actually go over them and discuss too. Joe, what's your birthday? 10/10? My daughter's 10/10. Okay, so she kicks him. He runs down the stairs. He runs out of the house. She's completely sober, so she was able to kick his ass, right? She said one of her roommates was home but was watching TV loudly and didn't hear anything. Hear that? Didn't hear a thing. She had unrolled from WSU and was just working. She was no longer a member of any sorority. She described the male as smaller and very short. She estimated 5'4" to 5'6". Due to the mask, she could not see his face at all. They just said it. They left the door unlocked because another roommate went to go pick up another roommate, and they were just going close by, so they didn't lock the door. The murders were 11, 13, 22. The male did not say anything to her. She described the second unit of the house as a small studio that occupied half the basement and has a separate exterior staircase and entrance. Blank was the male who lived in that apartment and matched the description. But police did not talk to him until a few days later. A few days later? This girl could have been killed, and they're waiting a few fucking days. This is why I say they can't rule out anybody. They can't rule out anybody because they didn't investigate properly. A few days. This girl could have died. And then she had to be the one to call and ask them to send this report to Moscow. That's shady to me. Okay, so then she says that Pullman police eventually interviewed him, but he was never charged. She said where he smoked was right outside her bedroom window, and she felt he might have been able to look in her bedroom. She said that she and her roommates never had any issues with him other than he was sort of awkward sometimes, but nothing really concerned them until this incident. I don't think it was him. And I don't believe his parents' alibis. I'm sorry. I don't trust his parents to give his alibis. Never charged because he probably didn't do anything. I mean, yeah, he's going to be a little awkward with college girls. You know what I mean? Like he's an older, like 30-something, 40-something man. So it's going to feel a little bit awkward, but they didn't feel creepy. They didn't feel creeped out. They didn't feel that, anything before that incident that guy would even look in her window. She never felt uncomfortable with him smoking outside her window. So that says a lot to me. I don't think it was this guy. And I don't trust Bryan Kohberger's parents being the only alibi for him with Dana Smithers or with this. Because we know that Bryan Kohberger was not home in 2021 when Jeremy Saba died. He was not in wherever he lived. But where was he in treatment? What state? Where was he? Did he leave? Was he allowed to leave? Was he under lock and key? Like, how do we know he was in Pennsylvania, though? We don't have his medical records. How do we know that? It just doesn't make sense. He was away. I don't know. I want to know more about where He was in 2021 because I think it's sus. Yeah, I mean, did he take a trip? We don't know. There's no way we can know because his medical records are not going to be told. If anybody gave out his medical records, they could be sued and lose their license. We would not know anything about that. And if someone did spill that, they could be in big trouble. But his whereabouts in 2021, verified only by his parents, I don't trust that. Okay, so let's finish this narrative here. She says that she never went to parties in Moscow and did not know any of the victims in this case. And then the same day they spoke to Pullman police officer Banks about the incident. And Banks said that blank was the only suspect because he matched the description. What description? What description? Of a guy in a ski mask with a knife? What description could he have matched? We don't know about dates. We have no idea. Height of 5'5", but if he was bent over from being kicked in the stomach, she could have the height off. She could have the height off. I don't know. And then it says there was a 2017 incident where a female woke up to him watching her sleep. He didn't have a mask or a weapon at that time. And then they found no evidence. So they found no evidence. I don't know. Maybe the guy is a weirdo. But isn't it nice that there's an incident in 2017 where a female woke up to him watching her sleep and they let him rent in a college with college kids? The fuck is wrong with... My goodness. Whew. If I had kids in college right now, I'd probably be doing background checks on all the people that lived around them. Because I feel like they should be checking into this shit. Right, Sarah. Kaylee was so proactive and smart. What a smart girl, man. It's so sad. And like her parents said, I mean, they all did the right thing, but you know, Kaylee was she did all the right things. Remember, she even reported seeing that missing woman. That was weird, too. I think she was, too, Sarah. Do you think that Bryan Kohberger could have had anything to do with that one missing woman that she reported seeing at Walmart? Do you guys remember that? Okay, so the next one is 11/19. They interviewed, or no, they did a canvas for footage. So this is just saying where they got Ring camera footage from. It looks like all the addresses are blanked out. So we've got camera footage on Conestoga Drive and then Levick Street. Apartment buildings. They're just collecting footage there. Phone interview summaries. BJCPS, for the amount of precautions they took and what Kaylee knew of true crime, it's very, very strange this would happen to them. And it just goes to show it can happen to anybody. And I think that is what is so scary. I feel like Kaylee and her coincidences weren't taken seriously. Or she kind of blew them off as to not freak anybody else out, maybe, you know, because she was kind of like the older one. She had her shit together. Maybe she didn't want to freak out the others. You just never know. Because in a situation like that, sometimes you think you're overreacting. You know, you don't want to seem like you're coming off as paranoid. It's weird when someone's doing that to you, you know, fucking with you, like leaving your door open, or you come home and your washer's running when you didn't run it. You know, it was like that kind of stuff can make you feel like you're the one losing it. You know what I mean? And then you've got like this end in sight, like, oh fuck, I'm going to Texas. You know, I'm going to be gone. Like, I just have to get through this next time and finish off school and I'll be done. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's really scary. Plus, you know, we heard about the story with the one girl where she let him in her apartment. We read that yesterday. She felt like he looked at her medications because he made a comment about something, you know, that ailed her or whatever she was taking that medication for, he knew. And then the other girl had her makeup arranged on her toilet, and a cake that she baked that was sitting on the stove was in the microwave. And that was the same one that felt like she was being watched and had him put the damn cameras in her apartment. She like gave him access to her. That's even scarier. It's all just terrifying because it just goes to show, as aware of as you are, it could still happen. Total mind games. Burglary, stealing his sister's phone and selling it. He stole IDs of his coworkers, right? And Jeremy Saba's mom's iPad, and then he returned it and said, I'm going to rehab. And I think that happens a lot on campuses, the peeping Toms. I think that happens a lot. Did Kaylee's parents comment on her going on trip before starting job in Texas? Yeah, it came out yesterday that one of the friends, they had booked a trip to Europe. They were going to go backpacking around Europe before she started her career. How was he breaking into their homes? We don't know. Inside looking. Yep. He was watching inside cameras. I believe he was inside and outside looking on Reddit. And I thought it was interesting too when the Celebrate people said he was very active on Reddit after the murders. And who was active on Reddit after the murders? Inside looking and outside looking with crazy details. Things we wouldn't have known at that time. I still think he's Papa Rogers. Yeah. Hey, Joe. All right, let's keep going with the document. Ooh, this has a lot of redactions. I contacted blank. He or she wished to report a suspicious interaction with her husband had with a male earlier that day. Blank informed me the Moscow police had taken the call, contacted the male, and released him after their interaction. Okay, then there's someone who used to get in a lot of fights they spoke to. Another person had relevant video from the time of the incident. And then this one says this person called and informed them that her friend lived near 1122 King and had surveillance video of someone leaving the area around the time of the incident. In the follow-up call, Blank told me there was a homeless man with a beard and a limp that lived in the area of where Maddie and Kaylee were spotted. She said the male Blank surveillance video appeared to have a beard and a limp as well. She also told me she had heard through a friend that Kernodle commented on someone's TikTok around 4 in the morning, the night of the incident. I asked Blank to find out where that information came from and relay that to me. She said she would find the source of the information. So on... what date is this?
La. You don't hold account.
On the 18th, they still didn't even find Xana's last comment yet. Thank you, Sarah, for your super sticker. Thanks for reading all this. Thank you for being here and listening to me read it. You would think they would have already looked at their digital footprint to see when their last movements were. I mean, you're talking about college students. Bryan was loving this. I think he knew exactly how they were going to investigate this. With the previous information, I contacted blank at 1101 hours. She informed me she had surveillance video of a male leaving the area. After I talked to her, I confirmed the video was taken from a light socket powered camera, and Moscow had already secured the camera. Well, we saw how that went. He couldn't get the pictures off the camera. He took the person's router. We knew how that whole thing went. I contacted blank. I previously received information from another source that Kaylee potentially had a stalker. All this talk about stalking, they're like, oh, there was no sign of stalking. How can you say that? Because they can lie to us, Slam Tango. That's why. They don't have to tell us if they don't want to. Because I think Bryan Kohberger fooled them enough. I don't think they want to admit he fooled them with stupid shit like that. To be honest with you, I don't think they want people to know that. Because I think he did some digital tricks, if you will, that they couldn't figure out. And I don't think they want to admit that. It's already bad enough hearing the Celebrate people say, for 2 months, he cleaned everything. So they had another source that said Kaylee potentially had a stalker or someone interested in her without reciprocation. Blank operates blank in Moscow, where Gonsalves was employed from on 6/3/2022 to 7/16/2022. Hear that? So she had a job in Moscow from June 3rd to July 16th. Blank did not recall a time when Kaylee was made uncomfortable by any employee or patron. He contacted current employees and the assistant manager. He did not discover an instance where that happened. He said that a male named Blank, born in 98, had asked for a highlighter on 8/22/22. When he was provided one by restaurant staff, he said he wanted to destroy his face and began drawing on himself. He was trespassed by police on 8/26. On the night of November 12th, Blank left the restaurant around 1:35 in the morning. He took a taxi home where his other half was and stated his home video system shows him there until late morning on November 13th. Blank was blank, provided the home phone number, and said he had been good friends with Gonsalves, Mogan, and Kernodle. I contacted blank on 118 and at blank met Gonsalves in 8th grade, Mogan in 8th grade, and Kernodle in junior high. He was friends with them, but was closest with Kernodle. Or his junior year. Sorry, not junior high. In fact, he met his girlfriend through Kernodle. Blank had been following female employees in the back parking lot. That was debunked in the conversation with, this is confusing, with blank. Had a friend and blank told blank he was going to walk Kaylee and Maddie home, but did not because they went to a frat party, which he could not attend because he wasn't a student. That was confusing. I contacted blank. He knew Gonsalves, Mogan, and Kernodle from school and living in North Idaho. He lives in Coeur d'Alene. But he went to Moscow on 11/12. He texted Mogan on 11/12, but was never with her in person. His last text with her was on 11/12 at 1946. He did not have contact with Kaylee or Xana that night. He was not able to attend the fraternity party because he was not a student. He thought perhaps he could have prevented this incident if he would have partied with the girls because he would have walked them home, but was not physically with them that night. Even somebody who walked him home wouldn't have prevented this. That's the sad thing. Well, even if they can't say stalking, I mean, it's clear she felt uncomfortable by somebody or something, right? They wouldn't even admit that. That's JS speaking. On the night of 11/12, he was at a party near Blank Apartments. He didn't specify where exactly. Blank mentioned he heard Kaylee had been followed by a strange male or similar incident, but he didn't have firsthand knowledge. I tried to contact Blank. Blah, blah, blah. Was roommates with Ethan last year and currently a roommate of Blank. He had daily contact with Chapin, who would commonly come over to play Xbox. Blank was one of Chapin's best friends. He had known Kernodle since before she and Chapin started dating. He didn't really know Kaylee or Maddie. He identified his girlfriend as Blank. He had gone to 1122 a few times this year. On the 12th, he went to the formal and went to a Blank party afterwards. He left the party at 1 and went to a party referred to as Blank. They were there until about 5 in the morning when they returned to their unit, and they were in bed at 5:30. They had no contact with Ethan since the formal and did not talk to Xana. A roommate of someone was friends with Ethan, saw him daily. Chapin would come to the house and play Xbox. That's about it. All right. We are on page 156. On November 18th, this is ISP interviewed by phone the following people. It was reported to me that Blank had texted with Ethan the night of the incident, but Blank denied that. Blank was present with Chapin in the lodge at Blank, but didn't really have much contact. He said he was off doing his own thing and hanging out with his girlfriend. When I asked who his girlfriend he paused and said, I don't really feel comfortable answering these questions. I don't know. I asked Blank if there was any reason why. He replied, I don't know, like out of respect of Ethan. I don't know, like, okay, blank is my girlfriend. I'll just answer the question. After that, he seemed more forthcoming with information. This person says they went to bed early. There was a male resident named Blank, along with Blank and a couple unidentified females. They stayed for a couple hours before leaving at 3:30. When they left Blank, they went down the stairs, across the parking lot, crossed Taylor, across the field, made some food, and went to bed around 5 in the morning. This person did not have any communication with Ethan. This person knew them since they had been dating since the previous school year ended, about 7 months. Ethan stayed with Xana about 6 days per week. Said he knew Xana fairly well, but didn't know Kaylee and Maddie as well. This person went to 1122 once every week or 2 weeks. He said a party was hosted there about weekly. A typical party would be attended by 50 or 60 people. He described the dynamic of the house as fine and stated they all seemed to get along well. This person knew Blank for about a year and a half and knew her fairly well. She did not have a boyfriend and lived at 1122 since the start of the semester. Blank had just met Blank at the beginning of the semester and knew her from going to 1122 to hang out. could not think of any person who would do something like this. And this is just Ethan, the same person about Ethan. His DNA, Slam Tango. All right, so November 17th, they did more phone calls. This is a follow-up. So Blank has known Maddie and Kaylee since senior year of high school. Blank was in a relationship with Blank. Outside of class, she estimated they socialized once every 2 weeks. On the late evening of Saturday, November 12th, Blank was at Blank House, which is Blank from King Road. Blank and his friends were watching sports, and Blank was getting bored. Blank contacted Kaylee about wanting to hang out, and they made plans to go to the bar. Blank went to 1122 but couldn't remember the door code. She called Gonsalves at approximately 22:20, got the door code, and went inside. Blank saw Gonsalves and Blank in the house. About 5 minutes after she got to the house, Maddie arrived. This is probably after they woke up from their naps, right? They went back after the game. Hey, Amy. Mogan, Gonsalves, and Blank got a ride to the Quarter Club from a male named E.G. Blank noted several things about E.G. was an Uber driver, but said Blank had been getting rides from him since April of 2022. Blank believed Maddie and Kaylee had been getting rides from E.G. since January of 2022. E.G. was described as a white male having blank hair, a voice that was not deep, and was believed to be shorter in stature since he scooted his his seat close to the steering wheel. He drove a light gray Blank. So more about that Eric guy. Oh, be careful out there, Lisa. Blank initially thought Blank was a nice guy who helped women get their preferred locations safely. She did not think his behavior was odd until Blank pointed out that he thought so. After considering the circumstances, she agreed it was odd for Blank to provide his personal phone number and be so accommodating to all the women, considering he was married with a child. I'm with this person. I don't trust it. There's Dr. Vanna. Dr. Vanna, do you want to collab sometime? Blood DNA on the sheath. That wasn't the victim's. Not heard of that. Teresa. Yes. Okay, can you email me? And we'll set it up. I would love it. Hey, Tammy. So this is all about E.G. E.G. had recently become a father. This seemed to be common knowledge. Hold on a second. Sorry, my dog's being rude. Anyway, E.G. had recently become a father. This seemed to be common knowledge. On November 12th, after Blank picked them up, Blank asked Blank how it was going being a father. So this is Eric, the non-Uber driver, who gave sorority girls his personal cell. Listen to this. This is iffy. On November 12th, after Blank picked them up, Blank asked Blank how it was going being a father. Blank did not seem as joyful as she expected. He sighed and pointed out it was a lot more difficult and stressful than anticipated. E.G. made a point to tell them his wife and baby were out of town for the weekend, and he was looking forward to having the house to himself over the weekend and watch football. Blank did not really talk to him after that, and Gonsalves or Mogan continued conversation until they got dropped off at the corner club. How's that? So like these girls get in. How is it? How is your baby? You know, how's it being a dad? It's more stressful than I thought. But the good thing is the wife and kid are out of town this weekend. And I'm out driving drunk sorority girls home. Inappropriate. At the very least, inappropriate. But Blank did not remember a time that EG made her feel uncomfortable or unsafe. Yeah, it's inappropriate. At the corner club, Blank remembered the core group of friends hanging out as herself, Mogan, Gonsalves, and a bunch of other people. They recounted an interaction between someone who was attracted to Blank and kept trying to get her phone number. Blank did not give it and did not want to interact with him. He was staring at her to the point Blank noted it was uncomfortable. He tried to convince her to give him his phone number. She refused. Her friends essentially worked on keeping them apart since he was making her so uncomfortable, and eventually he was removed from the bar. The man had a child and wife to care for. He was skimming off his employer. That was a situation. He made twice as much money bypassing Uber. He also worried about the females making it home more. Okay, well, you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's a little weird. I think it's a little inappropriate to tell the girls, like, how stressful his fatherhood is, but okay. Blank spoke of what she described as a weird interaction among Kaylee, Maddie, and Blank, described as a weird person who's fairly aggressive and got in a lot of fights. Blank was not a person that she, Gonsalves, or Mogan would typically associate with. Kaylee and Maddie left the corner club with him, and it was Blank understanding they were going to John's Alley. Blank almost went with them, but his friends convinced him to stay at the corner club. Blank did not see them leave, so she was not exactly sure what time it was, but she thought it was strange that Kaylee and Maddie would leave with Blank since he was not their type of people. Yeah, I know, but he also works at the college, you guys. He also works for UI. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tinfoil hat-ish. I just think it's inappropriate and weird, but anyways. They could not remember what time she and Blank left, but took a video of Blank drinking a beer. The timestamp was 1 o'clock on Sunday, November 13th. After that, they left the corner club on foot. Blank was part of a group on Snapchat that included herself, Kaylee, Maddie, and several others. It was a group of friends and classmates. When Blank got home, she went to bed. She woke up on Sunday morning and saw a notification that a video had been sent from Kaylee or Maddie. The video was Kaylee and Maddie outside a food truck. Blank described them as acting goofy while taking the video and enjoying themselves. Blank was somewhat emotional during the interview. I told her that investigators would possibly be in touch with her. On December 7th, I interviewed Blank in Boise. She knew Blank for approximately 6 years from going to high school together. On November 17th, she had beers at Prost with Blank and other friends. Blank kept to himself, didn't talk much. This was not abnormal for him. She stated he was stressed due to a reported showing up at his house. Due to a reporter showing up at his house. I don't know who had beers. Hey, Otto. I mean, you hope that he has good intentions, right? It's just that when we follow true crime, we see that a lot of times those things don't have good intentions. That's all. I'm not saying he did or didn't. because that's not fair to him. If he was trying to keep them safe, then props to him. She saw Blank on November 25th at Amsterdam Lounge when she was with her parents. Blank was asked if she thought Blank or Blank could have committed the murder. She said there is no way either of them could have done it. On November 16th at 8:36, I transported evidence related to an active investigation in the state's forensic laboratory. The knife sheath. I signed for and received one item from Casey Macy. What a name. Casey Macy of Moscow Police. And item 11, knife sheath, in a sealed brown paper bag. I transported the evidence south and met with Corporal Turrentine and maintained custody of the evidence from when I received it until I released it to Turrentine. I was subsequently informed that the evidence had been successfully transported to the lab. Hey, big girl. Flobo, thank you. Slow and steady wins the race. Thanks for the reminder and the support. On December 5th, they conducted an interview with Blank regarding the homicides. The interview was conducted at his residence in Ada County. Blank made the following statements about the day leading up to the incident. See audio recording for further details. The narrative is he was there for 5 hours. Towards the end of his stay at Blank apartment, most people had left to go to the game. There were about 20 people left. He walked back to the Blank house at 6:30 to 7. At 12:30, he went to the Blank fraternity. He left there at 4:15. He was back at the Blank house and fell asleep around 5 a.m. He knew Xana and Ethan, and he had been to Xana's apartment more times than he could recall over the last year or two. He was at Xana's apartment the weekend before the homicides, and the last time he saw Xana and her roommates was around 3 to 5 p.m. that day. Think about all these kids having to recall their last moments. Thank you, Dr. Vanna. I appreciate that. I just, everyone might have a little nugget in it. You just never know. We're on page 1. I don't even know. Let's see here. For employees of Blank, they're asking if they're recalling any altercations. And they said no. Okay, so here is a tip interview. I met with Blank and her roommates, directly Blank of 1122. Blank related allegations of a stalking earlier in the school year involving Blank. Ultimately, Blank, a University of Idaho student at the time, was dismissed from the university and his fraternity. Blank was arrested by Moscow police on unrelated charges in September of 2022. Blank was unaware of any actual stalking investigation conducted by law enforcement. The Moscow Police Department was familiar with Blank, and he was believed to be in the Boise area on the weekend of November 12th. On December 2nd, I met with Blank, who lived in Moscow, Idaho, and this person is the registered owner of a Blank type of vehicle. This vehicle was parked in front of apartment Blank. Surveillance footage on November 13th retrieved captured an SUV type vehicle resembling Blank leaving the parking lot around 4:24 a.m. This is someone who was leaving at 4:24 a.m. And an SUV type vehicle resembling a Blank returning to the parking spot at 6:30 a.m. Blank identified the blank as hers. She said she worked overnights from 10 to 6 and worked the night of November 12th and would have returned around 6:30 to 7. She said it was possible she parked in the lot east of blank that morning, but she usually parked in front of her apartment. She said it was possible she came home during her work shift to check on her cats, but she couldn't remember. She knew 1122 to be a party house. She recalled seeing two men standing outside of the closed front door about 5 p.m. on November 12th. She described the men on their phones as if they had been turned away from the house. I entered the audio recording into evidence. Let's see. I met with Blank at his parents' residence. He was the DD for the frat members on the weekend of November 12th. He was the only DD for the fraternity that day. He was driving a black car. Members requested rides from Blank via phone or text. They also texted with one another over a Group Me app. Did Bryan Kohberger have oh my gosh, that's so funny. Hello, Mudda. Hello, Fada. Who did it? You did a show. I'll have to check that out. Hello, Danny. Hello, guys. That is what a weirdo, huh? OG Shorty, will they release the recordings as well? That's a good question. Not sure. I hope so. Did Bryan Kohberger also have a Group Me in his search? I told him to go to bed, and he did. I haven't said that in a year. Hello, Claire from Scotland. I think they want people to pay for those. Well, I'm sure the media will end up getting them. I'm waiting to see what the media is going to pay for, because these creators getting $20K bills to get this information is crazy. Okay, so he's talking about he gave about 50 rides that night. He's talking about the former frat guy who got kicked out for fighting. He knew Blank as the former Blank of the fraternity. Blank lived in one of the Blank. Blank was a bouncer at the corner club and lived in the other two basement private rooms. He stayed in his room 90% of the time. He believed this person was banned from the corner club for fighting. Blank had taken Blank to gas stations prior to the weekend of 11/12 to buy beer. He always bought Keystone Light. He's talking about where he took these people to Taco Bell, da 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 da. At approximately 12:30 a.m. on November 13th, Blank responded to the group chat on the Group Me app, replying no to a question concerning flooding in a fraternity house bathroom. At approximately 2 a.m., Blank returned to the fraternity house, went to the freshman sleeping porch, and hung out with fellow freshmen and sorority girls the remainder of the night. At 2:10, he posted on the group chat on Group Me, have we taken tabs on the fellas, referring to a head count of fraternity members upon news of the murders. Okay, so this person was questioned about their interaction with Kaylee. On December 8th, they interviewed this person. Gonsalves had been a Blank in Blank from January to March 2022. Let me say that again. Kaylee had been a Blank in Blank from January to March 2022. He first met Kaylee in January of 2022 when she was placed blank by UI as a blank, which was part of her requirements for her blank degree. Kaylee was initially timid and struggled to connect with blank, which he attributed to complications of the COVID-19 lockdowns. Kaylee did blank, titled Fun Festivals of Africa, during her time as blank. The only time he had contact with Kaylee outside of their professional relationship was when he took his 3 daughters and wife to Kaylee's sorority house so his daughter could sell chocolate bars to the sorority as a fundraising event. He will periodically take her to get coffee after they successfully complete their blank, but he couldn't remember definitively if he took her to get coffee during her time in blank. He couldn't remember the exact dates, but knew Kaylee was a blank from January to March 2022. What would she have been as part of her degree? Like some kind of a mentor, or what do you guys think? Was she some kind of a mentor for those 3 months? On the night of November 12th and into the early morning hours of the 13th, he was home with his family. He was with his 3 daughters at home with his wife. At home while his wife was at a ladies' night from 6 to 10. He put the children to bed at 9. When his wife arrived home at 10, he was already asleep. He provided DNA. At about 5, he contacted me by phone and told me, oh no, she wouldn't mentor an adult. He's an adult. He's married with kids. Oh, maybe she did babysit. That could be. It kind of sounds like that could be it. So he gave his DNA. At about 5 o'clock, though, he called and told me he intended to seek legal counsel. Or wait, hold on. He wanted to discuss it with his wife. So then he got a lawyer. And he told me he'd contact me on December 12th. On the 13th, they contacted him because he didn't contact them. He said he did not believe he had done anything wrong. He had been a good Samaritan by allowing Gonsalves to be blank. And he didn't understand why he was on the contact list in the first place. Therefore, he was declining to provide DNA or his phone for extraction. Sounds like some kind of an internship. So he refused to provide his DNA or his phone. You have, James? Is it in the Pullman videos? Because I haven't watched all of those yet. I think it is, where they show them getting that knife. It's actually in a gutter, right? Why would you not give your DNA? And then here's the handwritten note of him declining to provide his DNA or phone. But, if he's doing something shady on his phone, he don't want his wife to know. You just never know with people. Hey, Shell. This one is December 12th. They conducted an interview with somebody about a tip. This guy says he lived in Moscow during 2021 and knew a guy named Blank, unknown last name. He reported Blank was creepy and liked to go out and try to meet young girls at bars. Blank lived in a trailer park. Couldn't give an address, but it was stated it was at Blank coming into town. You would take a left and it would take you to the trailer park. Blank had a lot of knives and drove a Blank or Blank. On December 14th, I interviewed Blank regarding his activity on the evening of November 12th and 13th. Listen to the audio for full details. After being advised of the purpose of the interview, this person provided the following information. On the evening of November 12th until about 2:30 in the morning, November 13th, he was bar hopping with friends. He had a drink at Hunga Dunga, then walked to Mingles, where they shot pool most of the evening. and were joined by another person, then continued to John's Alley and stayed there till 2:30. After the bars closed, they walked to someone's house near Pizza Perfection where he sobered up before driving his blank home. When he arrived home, he went to bed and slept till about 9. He woke up, took his garbage to the dumpster. Noting it was over full and needed to be emptied, he returned to his apartment and ate breakfast. He did not know any of the victims, nor did he have contact with them. At about 5, I spoke with Blank by telephone, and he affirmed the timeline by providing the following information. He and Blank had dinner at Rants and Raves at 5 to 6, went to Mingles, where they were joined by Blank until it started to slow down, then continued to John's Alley until 2:30. After leaving John's Alley, they walked to his residence. Blank drove home 2:30 to 2:45. He did not know any of the victims, had not had contact with them. However, a student in his class did notify him he would not be at class because he was a friend of one of the students and would be attending the memorial. On December the 15th at 8:30 p.m., I spoke with Blank by phone. So December 15th is a huge day. Bryan Kohberger was pulled over. Brent Kopaka was swatted. At Blank met Blank at Mingles at 8 o'clock. They played pool until midnight. They walked to John's Alley. This guy hitchhiked home. Someone gave him a ride and drove him home. Once he was home, he ate, went to bed, where he stayed till 12 noon. He didn't know any of the victims and had no contact with them. Okay, so this person they wanted to interview but learned he was out of the area. So they did it by phone. So this person said, okay, this girl said they started at UI the year before and met Kaylee and Xana through their sorority. She grew close with Xana. She met Kaylee around middle of August 2022. She met blank, blank, and blank the year before. She visited 1122 at least once every weekend, described it as a party house. She would usually arrive at the house before other guests. The parties consisted of playing games and drinking. She described the parties as people mingling with each other, playing beer pong, and being more relaxed than rowdy or rambunctious. There were only a few occasions where Blank would go there to simply watch a movie or do something other than party. The parties occurred about once a week on Friday or Saturday and were normally attended by 20 to 30 people. The parties were normally attended by the same 20 or 30. If a person showed up randomly without being invited, they would not be allowed to stay. She had not been there when that happened. She knew of a house close by where Xana had lived the year before, where athletes would show up at a party if they heard about it. However, they were not welcome and asked to leave. She later texted me a picture of a map of the neighborhood and circled the residence where Xana lived previously. That address for the house she pointed out was blank. Does anybody know where Xana lived before King Road? Thank you for sticking your DNA on the like button today. She said Blank was dating a male named Blank who lives in Boise and thought they'd dated for a couple years. She had not met him and did not believe he visited Moscow. This is Maddie, I think, and her boyfriend. Maddie would usually visit during school breaks. The only complaint Maddie said was that how much he played video games. She did not believe Blank had a relationship with another male at this time. Blank did not have a boyfriend at the time. She dated a male named Blank, and they blank at least once, but the relationship did not really develop. Ethan stayed with Kernodle almost every night. Blank did not see Ethan and Xana on Saturday, November 12th, but had seen them Friday, and described the relationship as good. She described Ethan as helpful to the other girls, as he seemed to fit in the house without issues. She had met Mogan's boyfriend a couple times, last saw him at homecoming in the beginning of October. She didn't know Maddie that well. She had not met Kaylee's boyfriend. When Kaylee was at the house, when Blank was at the house, Kaylee was usually gone or upstairs in her room. She was at another party the night of the murders. She got a ride home from a sober freshman. She couldn't remember what time she got home. Let's see. When blank arrived with blank at 1122 King Road, she went straight to the bathroom on the main floor. They entered through the front door with the keypad lock. Several other people have the front door code, and the sliding door on the main level had not been locked when she was there. She believed blank got home after she and blank, but knew they all arrived around the same time. She was not aware of anybody else being home and stayed on the main floor the entire time she was there. After blank went to the bathroom, she went into the kitchen where blank made popcorn. Blank sat on the floor and played with Murph, Gonsalves's dog. She thought that blank had let Murph out. After the popcorn was made, they went to the living room and started watching Vampire Diaries. They didn't have much conversation while watching the movie. Blank took several selfies and videos. After leaving, she walked back to her sorority house. How scary. She was out there walking around. After leaving, she walked back. The timestamp of the last photograph she took at 1122 King was 1:33 a.m. And the first timestamp from media at her sorority was 2:19 a.m. She estimated it took her about 15 minutes to walk home. While at 1122, she was only aware of blank and blank being present. She did not know of anyone else being at the house. She left through the front door and did not see anything of note while walking home. After leaving King Road, she did not hear from blank or blank until after receiving the vandal alert the next day. She could not think of anyone who would be capable or involved in this incident. She also could not remember an instance of one of the victims mentioning a stalker or anything of that nature. She sent me several screenshots of social media contacts. She also sent the pictures and videos. So here we have another follow-up interview. This person previously sent video and photographs that she took on 11/12/2022. She had been at a party and several other people before going to 1122 King Road. She estimated that when she and blank arrived at 1122 King Road on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being passed out, they were both a 6 or 7. Blank thought she might have been more intoxicated than blank was. The first video she captured had a timestamp of 12:43. She said she and blank arrived together and nobody else was home. When she got there, she immediately went to the bathroom on the second floor and used it. The video shows a close-up of blank using the rear-facing camera. She switches to the main camera and zooms in on a pile of clothes in the bathroom. There was a pair of Calvin Klein boxer briefs among them, and blank believed the clothing to be Ethan's. The next video was at 12:48 and depicted blank sitting on the floor of the kitchen petting Murph. Blank had previously told me that blank made popcorn and before they watched a movie, and she could not remember exactly when blank arrived home. In this interview, she remembered that she and blank were already on the couch watching Vampire Diaries when blank got home. At 1:24, she took a selfie, and at 1:28, and those were taken on the couch. The last picture was at 1:33, and the picture was of blank asleep under a blanket. Blank had been dozing off during the movie. The first level of 1122 had an unoccupied bedroom with a bed in it. Blank and blank offered the bed to blank if she wanted to stay the night there. She considered it, but decided to go home. Wow. They were like, hey, you can sleep in the spare room. You don't have to walk home. She could have possibly been there. yet another person that he wouldn't have expected. You know what I mean? Christ. So when she got back to her sorority, she made a bagel. Da, 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 da. Okay, so the only drug use she could recall was that Chapin and Kernodle was occasionally blank. We received a tip that an incident occurred during Parents' Weekend at UI in blank and blank travel trailer. After speaking with blank, we spoke to blank regarding it. They told us a male named blank had hit a student's mother in the head with a water bottle. Blank removed blank from the trailer, dragged him across the parking lot, told him he was never welcome in the trailer again, and sent him away with a sober driver. In their opinion, he was extremely intoxicated and was the only contributing factor in the incident. So we have tons of interviews right here. Oh, excuse me. I know. What do you guys think would have happened if more people were there? Perhaps it could have saved lives or cost more lives. You know? Thank you. Okay, let's go down to here. This is page 190, by the way. 11/16. Blank claimed his second cousin Blank may know the female victims, as he believed he had attended UI as a student during the same time. He's not spoken to his cousin in approximately 10 years and did not have his number, but he believes that he may know the victims because he spoke to Blank's mother, Blank, via Facebook, and made mention he may know the victims. He stated he was rushing. He said if Blank was rushing sororities, that's why she may know the victims. That's weird. Blank would accurately be described as a blank who has no relations. Blank lives in Virginia and has never been to Idaho. They started following the victim's social media accounts for suspicious activity. They reported that Kaylee has an Instagram, and Kaylee has a picture of herself in a bikini approximately 3 years ago, and Blank believed a male named Blank left a suspicious comment. The comment stated blank. This comment was posted about 172 weeks ago, according to Instagram. Blank Instagram handle is reported to be blank and has a Facebook with a background photo of blank. According to blank, may have gone to the same blank as Kaylee and may be blank than Kaylee Gonsalves. He said the social media accounts appear to show him as an avid hunter and fisher. He would be familiar with knives. He made comments stating how awkward it would have been for Kaylee to go to blank blank after that comment. He stated it did not appear that blank and Kaylee were very good friends because of lack of comments in social media. And that was it. Hey, Chris. Detective Herman and Andy Hodel contacted this person via recorded phone call. She reported throwing her garbage away in the dumpster in front of her fourplex on 11/17 at 14:30. While throwing her garbage away, she noticed a gray-colored smartphone with no cover in the dumpster. She stated this dumpster gets picked up on Thursday mornings around 7. The residence is a couple miles away from the King Street scene. Detective Herman contacted ISP Justin Klitsch and requested retrieval. Oh, he got the phone. The phone is a silver Samsung Galaxy, and they gave it to Maury. On 11/17, ISP Sergeant Kurt Sproat contacted someone at a UI volleyball game due to suspicious behavior. During the interaction, Blank requested representation. Blank was released and agreed to come back on 11/18. Huh. Volleyball game. On 11/18, Sergeant Sprout made a recorded call to Blank, and they answered and agreed to come in. Blank advised he was unable to find a lawyer, but ultimately decided he didn't need one. During the interview, Blank explained how he was nervous because of the heavy police presence, and he made a mistake by running from the police. He said he lives alone, and he's going to UI for Blank. He claimed to own a Blank that has faded silver paint. He says at 2:30 on Sunday afternoon, he went hiking with two friends till 6:45. Blank and Blank both attend WSU. They met after a sporting event. At 7 p.m., Blank, Blank, and Blank ate dinner at the eatery on campus. 7:45, they finished dinner, and Blank was given a ride to the movie theater in Pullman. They watched the movie Wakanda at 8:15. At 10:45, the movie was over, and Blank gave Blank a ride back to Blank's apartment where the two stayed the night. At 11:30 on 11/13, they gave a ride back to Idaho and ate at the Iron Walk. Campus surveillance showed Blank was not in his apartment between 7 p.m. on 11/12 and 12 p.m. on 11/13. So this person was in Pullman, I guess is what they're saying. On Friday, 11/18, they spoke with another person who lives in Moscow. This person reported only being good friends with Kaylee. Him and Kaylee went to Blank together, and Kaylee is 1 year younger than Blank. Stated he kind of knows Maddie, but has never met Xana or Ethan. And on the 12th, he walked from his apartment to the football game with friends. They stayed there till 18:30. They split up, hung out at so-and-so's apartment till 22:30. Then he went to the corner club. He mingled with friends till 1 o'clock. They got a ride from an unknown designated driver who drives a Nissan Xterra. They were pulled over, but no one was arrested. He reported getting back home at 1:30 and to bed at 2. Blank and Blank slept in Blank's bedroom. Blank slept on the couch and Blank in his bedroom. He reported waking up after hearing a dog go berserk, barking outside. He estimated the dog was barking for 30 to 45 minutes before he looked at his phone and saw it was 4:45. He reported 5 to 10 minutes after 4:45 hours, the dog quit barking. He stated he believed the dog was outside while barking because it was very loud and his window was shut. He fell back asleep at 5 o'clock. At 10:15, he woke up and went to the corner club to get so-and-so's vehicle. After dropping off her vehicle, he went to McDonald's and went home. They went home and woke Blank up to give him breakfast. So this guy actually heard the dog going, what he said, berserk. This person felt that they needed to tell the police about a strange encounter he had with Blank. He said he knew him from school. They played football together in 2000. He hasn't seen him in a long time, but ran into him into a store in Potlatch, Idaho 2 months ago. They exchanged pleasantries and went their separate ways. On November 17th, he arrived home to see Blank outside of his house. Blank appeared to be looking for something using a flashlight with his phone. He said his parents were not home and his house was not equipped with cameras. He said Blank got out of his truck, hugged him, and decided to talk in Blank's truck. It was still running and warm. He's a logger and had his tools and chainsaw and wanted to make room for him to sit. Blank told Blank he had recently learned how to use a chainsaw and was feeling the blade of the saw. He told him his blade felt dull and he should sharpen it. He made room for him to get into the truck. He told him he was drunk and he could smell it. He was moving slowly. They talked for 20 to 30 minutes. He said his conversation with this person appeared to be a cry for help, as he might have done something bad or he may be suicidal. He said he was tired, going to eat dinner at the local church. As Blank went to get out of the truck, his brown coat lifted. He saw Weaver. Oh, there's the name. And Blank saw Weaver had what appeared to be a knife on his belt positioned at his back. He said the knife looked like a folding type and was in a leather pouch with a top flap button closure. It made him feel uneasy. He told detectives he got out of the truck and went to his car as his girlfriend was pulling up. Blank proceeded to throw up before driving away from Blank's house. He waited a little bit, and then he saw the car parked at the church. He's not spoken to him since that day. He has a teal car. Here's another tip. This person reported Blank does not know any of the victims, but was working at Blank in the kitchen and was told by other workers there was an irate customer in the drive-thru. This is on 8/20/2022. After the customer left, Blank found a post on Facebook by Blank. The post was made on 8/20, and the post stated the following. Okay, so PSA for the Moscow Pullman area. We were driving through the Blank drive-thru, and this guy in a dark blue Blank pulled up behind us. As I was ordering a kid's meal for Blank, he started screaming at us and cussing us out because he allegedly had no AC and it was hot. He then proceeded to back out and pull away as we pulled towards the window. He then pulled behind us while we were waiting for our food. This motherfucker literally pulled out a 6-7-inch knife and flashed it at me when I looked in my mirror and then jabbed it towards my vehicle. He is absolutely psychotic. Edit. He had Washington plates. Jeez. Blank also reported a suspicious Instagram account. The account is blank. The Instagram was passed on to FBI Carrie Hadaway. No further information on that one. Another tip on 11/21. This person owns a building at Blank in Moscow. It has 3 separate apartments. On 11/12, Blank and his wife stayed in one of the apartments because they're renovating. He went to bed around 10:30, sometime after midnight on the early morning hours of 11/13. Weber, there's his name again, another name, was awoke by a voice calling out the name Jesse. After an unknown time, he was awoken by a second low-tone vehicle exhaust accelerating away from the area. He didn't look at the times these events occurred. All the tenants are blanked out. This person has worked for something since 2017. He's gotten to know some of the blanks. This is all blanked out. Blankety, blankety, blank. Blank described Blank as always jovial with some dark humor. Blank believed Blank to be a veteran who did something with Blank, and this person wore glasses. He called in a tip because he heard that this person was let go from Blank due to a peeping Tom incident. He did not have firsthand knowledge of the incident, but believed that this person was caught using binoculars or a camera to spy through the windows of Blank behind the blank, 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 blank. He believed that this person was inside Blank while spying across the alley into sororities. He recalled running into this person at Walmart shortly after being let go. He told he left the job for a better job. He believed that he has family in the Tri-Cities, Washington area. He believed that this person may have more details about this peeping Tom incident. On 11/13, they spoke with this person, and he reported that Blank had a suspicious man apply for a job on September 27th, 2022. The applicant's name was Blank. During the interview, Blank told Blank he left his employment because of a peeping Tom incident. He told this person he quit his job by not showing up for work because of embarrassment of the peeping Tom incident. He explained the following regarding his whereabouts. On 11/12, 11/13, he was most likely hanging out with friends in Moscow at 20 to 23 hours on Saturday the 12th. Blank left Blank and headed home to Blank. He stated he may have stopped at a gas station but doesn't remember. He does not have any roommates, and he did not leave until 8 or 9 on Sunday the 13th. And when he left, he went back over to Blank. He called Detective back after that phone call and said he may have been home alone on 11/12. He couldn't remember if Blank had a local volunteer search and rescue meeting at her house that weekend in order to prepare for an upcoming conference. He expressed his want to help eliminate himself as a suspect in any way possible and volunteered a DNA sample. They met with him. They got his driver's license and stated he knew his alibi of being home was not very good, so he wanted to volunteer his DNA. So they got his DNA on 12/1. Oh, I've got lots of questions about Ramsland. On December 1st, they conducted a phone interview with a girl who lives at a Blank sorority house. She knew Blank from being in the same Rush group. She's known her since August of 2021. She gave her activity. She went to a barbecue on the 12th at 1 o'clock and then to the game, 3 or 4. She stayed at the game until halftime, 8:30. She went to a 21st birthday party. She left the party at 11:30. While at the Blank house, she hung out with Blank, Xana, and Ethan. They hung out for a couple hours, and she ran into Blank at 12 or 12:30. Blank told Blank she couldn't get drunk and made a statement to the effect she wasn't feeling it. Blank stated at one point, Blank told her she wanted to go to the Blank Avenue, Moscow, Idaho, but was not ready to leave yet. They left at about 1:15, 1:30. They only stayed somewhere for 10 minutes, walked home. They got home at 3:30, dropped so-and-so off. They ate and stayed the night there. She woke up at 10 or 11, went home, showered, grabbed food, coffee, and went back to Blank. Found out about the murders from Blank. At around 7:30, they went to the hotel where Blank and Blank were staying. They left the hotel at 9:30. She told detectives while at the hotel, Blank told them she saw someone in the house wearing a ski mask and had made eye contact with them, but didn't know what was going on because she was out of it. This struck her as odd because she remembered Blank saying she wasn't getting drunk that night. She also said at a previous point in the interview that shortly after Blank moved in the house, she had made comments about not feeling safe at the house because of where her room was in relation to the door, and she felt she was being watched. Blank did not know anything further about that specifically. Blank also told detectives about an incident where Kaylee was followed by a male while she was at Winco. She explained the male followed her in the store and out to her car. She didn't know any other details. Blank explained the deceased and Blank were pretty good about security and did not just give out the door code. Vehicle canvassing. On 11/27, ISP canvassed multiple addresses for Hyundai Elantras. They found one in Colfax. Here's another interview for a tip. Blank explained she had been living at Blank Avenue in Moscow since August 2022, and she has 2 roommates. This girl reported an incident of an intruder that occurred sometime around the end of August or the beginning of September. She was home alone at 9 p.m. sitting on the couch in the living room. She heard the unlocked front door open and looked towards the hallway, which leads to a front door to see who was coming inside. Oh, God. Weird. She observed a 25 to 35-year-old male stop at the entrance to the living room as soon as she saw blank. She described the male as tall and super skinny, wearing warm clothing, which was inconsistent with the warm weather. He had shoulder-length brown hair and a medium-sized, couple inches unkempt brown beard. She described remembering him looking like Jesus. She said, "Can I help you?" And the male did not respond. She said, "You need to leave." At this point, the male turned around and hastily left the residence. She stated the male kind of fell against the walls while leaving and suspected he may not be sober. As the male went outside, Blank got up to lock the door and look outside. She observed the male running westbound on Taylor Avenue towards the A&W. She stated he looked intoxicated while running away. She stated she was sober and had not consumed any alcohol prior to this incident. Detective Herman asked if she had previously spoken with police about the evening of 11/12. She said she had. She recalled speaking with an unknown Moscow police officer a couple days after the homicides. He asked about her knowledge of 1122 King Street. She stated she had been to multiple parties there and was closest with Ethan and Xana. She described the parties as mostly open to people if they were friends of friends and not causing problems. Hi, Mystic. I think he did. Inside looking, Otto. She stated she had heard rumors of Xana and Chapin Blank, but had never seen Blank in person. Blank believed most of the residents may occasionally blank. On 12/2, they spoke with a manager of Blank regarding incident 4713, and they provided all transactions under $3 that occurred on 11/12. I don't know what the one occurred at 10:57 and the other one at 1500 hours. She stated she was going to get video footage from 11/12 between 1 and 1600 hours and drop off at the police department. That could actually, well, that was on 12/2. On 12/1, they placed a call to another person regarding a tip. And this person says they were in Boise and they're not coming back till January 2023, so they scheduled an interview. On 12/6 at 12:30, they called Blank and he answered the phone stating he was on a Greyhound bus. This person agreed to provide a voluntary DNA sample and reiterated he didn't know the victims at all. This person contacted someone via phone and set up a meeting. They brought this person into an interview room. Detective Herman explained why they were collecting voluntary DNA and asked Blank if he would volunteer the IMEI from his phone. After a short conversation, Blank explained he was not comfortable with providing his DNA or his IMEI number. Blank did provide his brother's phone number. Here's another one they called and asked if he was willing to meet with detectives. This person provided an interview and voluntary DNA. And then here's another one they called. Let's see. They interviewed. This person was accompanied by her sister. and they recorded it, but this is a summary. She recorded her birthday to be blank 2002, and she lives in Post Falls. When she's attending the University of Idaho, her address is blank in Moscow. She has a roommate named blank. She stated she was at her mother's house in Post Falls on the evening of 11/12. She did not hear about the murders until Sunday afternoon when blank told his mom about the murders. She knew Xana when they were in blank in Post Falls. She didn't keep much of a relationship with Xana after blank, but she believed her friends may have known Xana better while attending UI. She reported that blank and blank may have seen Ethan and Xana on the night of the murders. Detective Herman spoke with blank and asked if her white blank was at her mom's house in Post Falls on 11/12. She reported her car never left her mom's until 11:13. Here's another tip. They called and identified the male blank to be blank. Requested a list of all the college students who were at the camper trailer during Parents' Weekend. They got photographs and videos and put it in evidence. All right, we are on page 203. I'm going to get up and use the ladies' room really quick. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. Thanks, you guys. Oh, enjoy your massage, Marcy. That sounds nice. Did the public know about these four getting murdered before these witnesses? Well, it sounds like even the kids that live there didn't find out until the damn vandal alert went out. To me, that's crazy. To me, that is just crazy. All right. Okay, so this one is December 6th at about 16:30. And have you hit the like button? I don't have too far of a walk, Sophia. I have a bathroom actually right in here in my studio. On December 6th, Detective Bradley Walker, along with Gary Tullison, interviewed blank at the Moscow Police Department. Blank had been in the blank as Gonsalves and initially contacted the tip line regarding a potential stalker. What? So this person actually, on December 6th, contacted the tip line about Kaylee's potential stalker situation. What is this? Okay. Blank completed a written adult victim background questionnaire and was subsequently interviewed. The following is a summary. For exact details, refer to the questionnaire, the audio recording, and the media provided by blank. Blank did not know Gonsalves' mother's name, but Gonsalves spoke to blank about the fights she and blank had. Blank described them as average blank fights, such as Kaylee needing to pay for her own phone. When Kaylee was in her freshman year, she did not get along with blank. Blank had not met Gonsalves as blank. Who doesn't have arguments with their mom, though? You know what I mean? Gonsalves and her boyfriend, Blank, had a very positive relationship. Whenever they broke up, it was always her. It was always her. When she would break up with him, she never seemed mad about it and would hang out with the sorority sisters more. Blank described Blank as shy. Blank described Kaylee as the most down-to-earth person with a contagious smile. After Kaylee dropped from the sorority, she started hanging out with Blank more, but their relationship would pick up where it left off when they would see each other. Blank could not recall any significant events prior to Kaylee's death. Kaylee drank the normal average for a college student and was not into drugs. She did not engage in abnormally risky behavior. When she saw Kaylee, she was frequently doing her homework. The more you learn about, excuse me, the more we learn about the victims, the more angry I become. Because this monster truly chose great kids as his victims. I mean, Kaylee had her shit together. Makes me sick. Kaylee was closest to Maddie, but listed several people in her sorority she was also close to. She did not recall an instance where Kaylee expressed discomfort or fear. When she and Jack would break up, Kaylee wouldn't be upset. Blank believed Kaylee was always the one that ended things due to her being bored with the relationship. At one point, she and Blank broke up. She had an interest in Blank, who is a UI student and lives near Coeur d'Alene. This is believed to be Blank. Date of birth, 2002. Blank did not know anyone who disliked any of the victims. That's so true, Mike. They truly were living their best lives and had no reason to be scared about anything, you know? God. Just completely with their guard down, man. I mean, so vulnerable in so many ways. She described an incident involving Blank when she lived at Blank, which is directly below 1122 King. Once at the Blank, and her roommates came out to the kitchen to find the dishwasher clean, dirty sign changed to "fuck off, Jeff," with a steak knife bent in half next to it. None of the occupants had any idea who Jeff would be. What? What's the date? She didn't give the date this happened. She described an incident involving Blank when she lived at Blank, which is directly below 1122. What's below? Once at the Blank, and her roommates came out to the kitchen to find the dishwasher clean dirty sign changed to "fuck off, Jeff," with a steak knife bent in half next to it. None of the occupants had any idea who Jeff would be. That's weird. While Blank was living at Blank, she had returned from Boise. This is the undie girl. This is the undie girl. Yo. While Blank was living at Blank, she had returned from Boise and left her suitcase in the car. When she came out in the morning, someone had moved the personal effects from the front of her car, such as lip gloss and other accessories, had been moved into her suitcase. Her suitcase was removed from the vehicle and left in the middle of the cul-de-sac. Nothing was taken except her underwear. A footprint was found on the seat of her car. Blank reported the incident to Moscow police. The night after the car burglary, she and her roommates were the only ones home, but heard someone walking around upstairs very slowly. Say what? Upstairs where? Jeff H., did you bend that steak knife? Fuck you, Jeff. Or was that message for you, Jeff? Oh my gosh. Here's another one. Blank sent 2 screenshots of the text conversation with Blank, and they were saved. Blank described Blank as more strict for party attendance, as in you had to be invited or part of the function. 1122 was more lax in that respect. Blank recounted several incidents where she believed she was being watched by a male who went by Blank. Believed Blank lived in the blank. Described him as a white male in his 30s with a blank, beginning to bald on top. He was about Blank and had a large, but not muscular stature. She saw him walking around the sorority house several times. When she would return from going on a run, Blank would appear behind her. Scary. He would have to walk in front of these apartments on her way to her sorority and began getting messages on Instagram. Oh, Blank would have to walk in front of these apartments on her way to her sorority and began getting messages on Instagram from username Blank as she was passing by from September 1 to September 15th, 2020. 2020? This user sent several messages. The user seemed to believe that Blank would smile and wave at them. Blank blocked the user on September 15th, 2020. She sent screenshots of the conversation and a picture of the male. Blank said the profile had since been removed from Instagram. Girl I ran with. Other girl I ran with. The audio recording will be saved. Da 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 da. On November 17th, they followed up on a tip phoned in by Blank via Moscow. She claims she may have some helpful information. I spoke with a female who identified herself as Blank and affirmed she had called the police line. She was a Blank and lived at Blank in Moscow, but her home of record was Boise. She told detectives she met Maddie for the first time on Saturday night, November 12th, while at the Corner Club. Oh, Jay. Xana's dad's name is Jeff. Oh, it is, isn't it? Weird. She described that Saturday night as follows. They went to Mingles. She remained sober and was the DD. She left Mingles, drove to the Blank to drop them off. Then she went to the Corner Club to meet up with blank, blank, blank. She said the Corner Club was packed and she had to wait in line to get in. When she got in there, she went to use the bathroom and she found other people and she was introduced to Maddie. Mogan hung out for a while, then made a comment of she was going back to hang out with her other friends and left the group. While in the Corner Club, there was an unknown male dressed in dark clothing and possibly a white and black striped shirt that appeared to be very drunk. She said the male was stumbling around and fell into a group of people at one point. The male smelled as if he had defecated in his pants. Ew. Ain't nothing like a guy in the bar that shit his pants, right? He appeared to be there alone and never saw him talk to anybody. She said she and another female referred to as blank, could not remember her name, went to use the bathroom around 12:30 and they ran back into Mogan. Blank said Mogan reminded her they were both named blank. Blank made the comment to the effect of, yeah, I remember, I'm sober. To which Mogan replied to the effect of, well, I'm not. Blank and blank continued to the bathroom and did not see Mogan after that. She arrived at her house after taking her friends home, and she said as she parked and got out of the car, she saw a large male wearing a jacket walk out of a nearby house. She said she was by herself and felt uneasy about the male and just wanted to get inside quickly. She did not see where the male walked to, but said he was headed towards Elm Street, Greek Row. Blank told Detective Walker and I she did not become aware of the incident until approximately 13 hours on Sunday the 13th via the vandal alert message and email system used by UI. I just can't get that puffy coat out of my head now. On December 1st, they interviewed blank at the Moscow Police Department. So this girl said she was a blank and lived at the sorority house. She knew them from being in the same rush group. We already read this one. The girl that went to the barbecue. Hold on. Yeah, this is the same one. That was about Dylan, right? Where Dylan said she wasn't feeling it and wasn't getting drunk or whatever. Neighborhood canvas. They conducted a neighborhood canvas for cameras in the areas of Ridge Road and Paradise Drive. Non-working, people not home, live feed doesn't record, no cameras, no footage, lens cracked. On November 19th, I interviewed blank at Moscow. This person sought out police for a voluntary interview. He said he lives with his parents in Princeton, Idaho, and he felt he needed to tell the police about a strange encounter he had with blank. Blank explained he knew him from school as they played football together in 2000. And then here's his name, Osborne. They literally did not redact it. Again, another name. They did pretty good on redacting, but they did miss some words, some names. He explained he knew him from school. Osborne said he had not seen him in a long time, but ran into him at a store. I already read this one, too. Where they got in the truck about the chainsaw. No, we read that. All right, this is page 217. How many pages are there? I haven't even looked. 556? I feel like this is a needle in a haystack, but I want to know it all. You can't skip any because you don't know what you're gonna skip, right? But I think we're making good time on these, right? All right, so on the 15th of December, I interviewed blank regarding her vehicle with a Michigan registration and her activity on the 12th and 13th. Maybe this girl had a white Elantra or something. So this girl says she went out to eat, blah, blah, blah. She gave her account. Yeah, that's nothing. So then here they're contacting a specific person. A female answered the phone and identified herself as blank and she was asked what her relationship was with the victims. She explained the following. She was best friends with Maddie. She and Maddie talked almost every day on multiple platforms. She used to live in the house. I feel like we read this too. This is Ashlyn. I feel like we read Ashlyn's. Oh, okay. This is a supplement or some shit. Okay, hang on. Okay, so she spoke with Mogan at 12:30 on 11/13 on a FaceTime. The FaceTime was very short and consisted mainly of "we miss you and wish you were here." During the call, she noticed that Mogan was outside of the corner club. She described Mogan's level of intoxication as buzzed, but not falling drunk. She indicated she didn't notice any red flags or odd behavior. She seemed to have a very detailed knowledge of the friends group, which the victims frequently associated with. She stated that Mogan was dating blank. Very good relationship. They love each other very much. They never fought. They were probably going to end up married too. Living in separate cities, in college, at their age, and they didn't fight. They were marriage material too. Sad, dude. Sad. And you know, it's like Bryan Kohberger knew what he was ripping away from them. He knew they were going to have relationships and lives that he would never have. Not only were they the type of chicks that would never do anything with him or look his way like he wanted them to, but they were going to have fruitful lives. Ugh. Let's see. She stated Kaylee had been in a long-term relationship with a male named Blank. She stated Kaylee and her boyfriend broke up 2 weeks before Labor Day in 2022. It was good terms. They had a history of being on and off, but they did not have a history of fighting. Neither did either of them. She stated the last time she was on King Street was Labor Day weekend of 2022, and that's when she really met Gonsalves and became friends. Prior to that weekend, Blank was primarily friends with Maddie. She was informed she'd be contacted soon for further interviewing. Her contact information was relayed to FBI victimology for follow-up. I have a question. Do you think it's possible that Kohberger had like wigs? Do you think that he could have done shit like that? Like put on and disguised himself and went and, was watching them? Or maybe you wouldn't recognize Kohberger? I just feel like his eyes and his nose are so prominent, even with a wig, you would recognize him. JC, yeah, I'm with you. It's like I don't know how far he'd go. Because didn't Ted Bundy have disguises? Is that correct? It was still COVID enough to wear masks, and they were crazy about COVID in Moscow, too. Oh, glasses. He is distinctive looking, yeah. But you also can see how different he looks not wearing disguises in all the different pictures. You know? And a mask would cover your damn nose, you know? Yeah, I can't remember if it was Bundy that had disguises, but I know there was a serial killer that used disguises. And you can also wear, if he had a puffy coat, he could look bigger. And then if he wore a t-shirt, he would look skinnier. Hey, Evelyn, I hope everything's okay. Hey, Blockbuster. He looks different in a hoodie and beanie versus his school clothes. Yep. He looked different in his graduation from DeSales. Remember when his hair was super short? And he had his hair super short when he got pulled over in Pullman. Remember how he looked? He had that like fresh fade. He is kind of a shapeshifter. A little bit. Diana, where have you been? Okay, we are officially... Where are we? Okay, here. We're on this. This one here. Page 220. On December 6th, they conducted an interview with blank with a Nevada driver's license. The interview was regarding a letter the blank sorority had received. The envelope was addressed to the blank house via the blank. So we have Nevada driver's license. We have a birth year of 2001. Could this be Bethany and her sorority? I don't know. The return information on the envelope was blank and had a drawing after blank. Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is weird. Okay. I'm thinking of the damn heart he drew. You guys, listen to this. The envelope had a drawing on it. The envelope contained several playing cards with John F. Kennedy's likeness, stamps, a cut-out bracelet, several handmade drawings on paper, a Sports Illustrated picture of Kate Upton in a bikini, affixed to a card, and a note. The note read, quote, "I feel the hurt you must be going through. I've lost too many too. Love and peace will come. But till then, just know, ... The note was signed blank. Stop it. I've lost many too. Bryan Kohberger has. He lost several friends to drugs. Thank you, Sophia. The heart he drew still creeps me out, Jay. Me too.
Thank you.
I've lost many too.
Thank you.
John F. Kennedy's likeness. Patsy's. I don't know. Weird. But till then, just know, ... That was on December 6th. Nobody at that sorority house knew who the sender was, nor was anyone expecting a letter of that nature. They photographed the envelopes and its contents, and it was submitted to Moscow for DNA. Blank and blank said the mail had been sorted and was given to them by blank, who was a blank at UI. I contacted blank, who told me He received it from the blank on December 5th between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. After conferring with ISP Sergeant Mike Van Leuven, I recontacted blank and blank to collect DNA to rule out purposes since they opened and handled the letter. Wow. I collected the buccal swabs from each of them and submitted them to MPD for DNA testing, same day for DNA testing. Kate Upton. Let me see what she looks like. I don't know what she looks like. Hang on. I'm going to find the picture. Kate Upton, Sports Illustrated. She resembles Kaylee. Mm-hmm. Creepy. What year would it have been? I wonder what year. She was on it several times. Oh, it makes me sick. Oh, but it said she was in a bikini. Yep, he liked busty blondes. She's got big boobs. And the weird thing that we found out yesterday, here, I'll show you guys a picture that I'm looking at. What we found out yesterday was crazy because I just pulled this one. I can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, about Kaylee. About Kaylee moving her room right before the murders. Oh, I bet you he loved the pool party, right? Did we ever find out if all the girls were at the pool party? She does favor her a lot. Out of all of them, a lot. Okay, so that's weird, right? Sent to the sorority. Okay, here we go. On Monday, November 21st, 2022. Is this Brian's birthday? November 21st? The FBI received an anonymous call about an unnamed person being brought into the blank in Lewiston, then being flown to Spokane to blank. The caller told the agent that this person was supposed to have been involved in an auto accident, but the injuries were not consistent with injuries sustained in an automobile collision. Unfortunately, the caller would not give the agent the name of the person they were calling about. But they did follow up. They contacted Layton, Nez Perce, and Lewiston. No collision was reported, but a vehicle registered to a blank was found abandoned in a field, and later blank was found partially clothed and injured, wandering in the streets of Lewiston. What? This was on November 15th, 2022. Blank was transported to the blank and later life flighted to the blank in Spokane. Detective Sergeant Mike Leuven contacted the blank and found out that blank had died while in the hospital. I contacted the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office. I spoke with Deputy Medical Investigator Blank, and they advised me that they indeed did have the body of blank, and a full autopsy was performed on the 21st of 2022. Blank told me he had contacted Blank's mother. What the fuck? Blank, who told him that Blank had been sober for the last 4 years. But 2 weeks prior to his death, he had left the house on November 8th and didn't return. He was found wandering the streets of Lewiston with cuts and abrasions on his torso and arms and transported to the hospital. I requested copies of autopsy photographs so we could see what the injuries the anonymous medical staff person was calling the FBI about. Anonymous medical staff? Blank requested that I send his office the request in writing. I wrote a letter and emailed it.
For making it happen.
I received the photographs via email, and I put them in with MPD. I requested they do DNA swabs of the body. They told me they would, but an ISP detective would have to take possession of the swabs once they were done. They drove over to Spokane Medical Examiner's office and picked up the swabs and put them in evidence. This guy was wandering around Lewiston half dead. Thank you, positive thinker Helen. Love you, Jay. It's also heartbreaking. It really is. It's disgusting. That's weird. What is this? This is the autopsy. We believe photographs will assist in our inquiries into a homicide. Oh, this is what they said when they requested the autopsy photos. The Idaho State Police is requesting photographs taken during the autopsy of blank, conducted by Dr. Blank on November 21st, 2022. We believe the photographs will assist us in our inquiries into a homicide investigation that occurred in Latah County. Thank you for your assistance. Wow. Okay, so on December 4th of 2022, they received a call from Coeur d'Alene that they had arrested someone for being drunk in public. During the arrest, this person claimed to have stabbed 2 people in New Jersey and told officers he was also involved in the murders in Moscow. He later recanted these statements. The fuck? Sergeant Averett also explained that CDA PD have had contacts with Blank over the last few months because they found him living in his red van. I went to Regional Communications Center and asked Mary Conrad to print a copy of the CDA PD report from the Spillman computer program. After reading the report, I asked Conrad to run blank. She found an old warrant out of Chatham Township, New Jersey. And the vehicle is seen on camera in Coeur d'Alene on several days prior to the murders and after. Oh my God. I telephoned Chatham Township Police in New Jersey. Spoke to Officer Nick Giordano. He told me he was familiar with Blank and had taken several reports on him. Giordano said his agency had 61 reports on Blank. He described Blank as wanting to be a rapper and or TikTok star. In addition, they had no reports of a stabbing or murders in their township. Officer Giordano described the township as a small, affluent community. He called the sheriff's department then and said this guy is a county fugitive. There were 61 reports, with the last being September 7th, 2022. He said there were no unsolved murders in the county. I drove to Kootenai County Jail and spoke with Blank. He told me he didn't remember ever saying he stabbed anyone. He signed a consent form and let me take DNA. I had him lift his short sleeve shirt to look at his arms and neck. No marks or scratches were visible. He told me he'd never been to Moscow and had only been in Idaho a few months. He also told me he would say stupid shit when he's been drinking. Oh my gosh. Pedestrian under the influence. God, I can barely read this. Let's see. I got my little magnifier. Okay, here we go. On 12/3/2022 at 21:22 hours, Blank was arrested for being heavily intoxicated in the roadway of the 1400 block of East St. Marie's Avenue. He was staggering side to side in the middle of the road, caused several vehicles to alter their driving patterns so they wouldn't hit him. On 12/3/2022 at 20:44, which was before this, Officer Cohen and I responded to 1410 East St. Marie's to investigate suspicious circumstances. The reporting party called police because Blank was intoxicated and admitted he had killed several people, including those in Moscow. Upon arrival, Blank was contacted and identified by his New Jersey ID. Same guy? He attempted to recant his comments about murdering several people. While speaking to him, he was staggering side to side, swaying while slurring his words. They requested he be trespassed from the property. They called him a cab. At 21:18, Blank called 911. As Officer Cohen and I were driving back to the location, I spoke to the cab driver who requested Blank's on behalf. The cab driver told me Blank refused to enter the cab. As I was approaching the location, I saw Blank in the middle of the street, staggering side to side. And he was arrested. What an idiot. So I guess this is him. They actually have a picture. Why can't we see the other pictures, y'all? Why aren't we being shown those? He gave DNA too. This is the guy here. I can't believe we get all these pictures of this person, but no pictures of anything else that they have. The Range Rover purchase. This is Kaylee's Range Rover, page 235. Yep, he was kicked out of the bar for being a creeper. I don't know who that is. The guy we've been talking about, I guess. Look at his hair. Strange, huh? Well, did you guys know that WSU's one of their own police officers was raping young girls? Okay, so on Wednesday, November 30th, they were assigned to investigate the purchase of Kaylee's Range Rover. Okay, so here's Steve Gonsalves being proactive again. Detective Roberts sent me an email with the following quote: Kaylee Gonsalves purchased a silver 2015 Range Rover from Blank in Spokane Valley on 11/10, according to her father. We'd like to have the salesman interviewed for the details of the sale, i.e. cash or loan, who was with her, anything unusual. Okay, so they received the Range Rover title information, which showed being owned by Blank in Spokane. Previous owner was Graham Washington. On December 8th, 2022, I sent an email to Blank asking him for help on the Range Rover Kaylee purchased. It was apparent that there was either a mistake in who owned the vehicle or there was a delay while the vehicle was being transferred. On December 12th, I received an email. Blank, the Range Rover now shows purchased by Kaylee on 11/10 from Blank. On Thursday, December 15th, that was a busy day. They drove to Blank in Spokane and spoke to the salesman who sold her the Range Rover. He told me Kaylee came into the car dealership twice to look at the Range Rover. Oh my gosh, this is sad as fuck. The first time she showed up with her two grandmothers. The second time she went with her mom and her grandmother. He saw no conflict or drama between Kaylee and her mother or grandmothers during the sale. Kaylee bought the Range Rover for $24,423. She put down $6,500 cash, and her Blank put in $1,000 on a credit card for a total of $7,500 down payment. So all the people that talk shit about Kaylee Gonsalvez's finances, she sold her car for $6,500, and she had her shit together, and she turned around and put it right back on to the Range Rover, and her grandmother was so excited for her that she threw another $1,000 in. Sometime after Kaylee purchased the Range Rover, the check engine light came on. She called and texted to complain about this. He told her they would come get the car from her if the light did not go off. Blank explained to me that the light could come on for many reasons, but they were unable to figure this out. Blank forwarded copies of the text between he and Kaylee and the car problem. After the murders, Blank contacted Blank and wanted to return the Rover. Later, she contacted them and told them that her husband did not want to return the vehicle. Steve didn't want it to go. I spoke with the finance manager, who confirmed the price of the vehicle is $24,423. He also confirmed that Kaylee put $6,500 in cash down and her grandmother put $1,000 on a credit card. Kaylee put in her credit application that she made $3,200 a month as a Blank for Blank and had been working for them for 5 months at that time. $3,500 a month. Go Kaylee. Go Kaylee. That's good. They saw nothing unusual during the sale. He did tell me he tried to sell Kaylee an extended warranty, but she declined. She said the vehicle has a 3-month warranty by Blank after sale. Blank is now awaiting the Rover to be returned by the family. Then it can be brought in to the dealership to work on the check engine light problem. Sorry. November 17th, they went to a store in Pullman. The store manager provided receipts, video footage, and store member history are provided by Blank regarding visits made to the store by Blank. Blank visited Blank on November 13th at 10:49, and the purchase was traceable through a receipt and store membership. Blank provided printouts of Blank's receipt and his purchase history starting on September 14th, 2022. Using the timestamp of the receipt, the video was reviewed, and he can be seen in front of the store exiting a black BMW and a UI gray sweatshirt, black pants, and a brown beanie. I took still shots and forwarded them to the FBI agent. Whoever that was, they had their eye on too. All these innocent people followed around and photographed and okay, on November 17th, went to blank, located at blank in Moscow. Blank was walking out the door and told me he was the last of the two occupants in Moscow. He was walking out the door and told me. Spoke to me about his knowledge of the victims. Former blank member was interviewed at his home on November 18th. Okay. Okay, this guy said he was away over the weekend on the 12th. I'm just skimming these to see if anything pertinent is in them because they're heavily, heavily redacted. Okay, this person says they were inebriated on the evening of 11/12. He remembered seeing Kaylee and Maddie at the club. Unsure of the exact times, but believe it was about 1 in the morning when he was picked up by the sober bro. He thinks they went to the store and purchased alcohol and then went home. The last time he was at the crime scene was last September, spring of 2022. Another sober driver did an interview. He said his night consisted of taking riders to the football game. Nothing pertinent there. Okay, so on November 18th, they interviewed a person that was at the lodge party with Xana and Ethan on the night prior to the homicides and discussed going to Applebee's the next day. Nothing was out of the ordinary. She said she knew everyone in the Twitch video with Kaylee and Maddie. Blank named a second person in the video as Blank. She said she heard Blank and Blank drove Gonsalves home and Milgren home. What's this? Blank said both Blank and Blank called into the tip hotline to advise law enforcement. Blank stated she heard a person named Blank stopped by the King Road residence to meet with Xana. Blank stated she was primarily friends with Xana and her friend group and not close with Kaylee and Maddie. During follow-up questioning, she explained the lodge parties always end at 1, and she last spoke with Xana between 12:45 and 1. Lodge party was tame. Not many people there. Tips and canvassing. So they contacted someone at Blank to obtain surveillance video from October 16th through October 20th for an apparent incident that occurred in the area of Blank, which is adjacent to the Blank. So they got the video October 16th through October 20th. What is notable about that month with Bryan Kohberger? Anything? At 1500 hours, we were assigned to complete canvassing in the area located south of 1122. We were unsuccessful in locating any video appearing to be relevant. Okay, so they followed up with this person who called in with information. The tip was regarding a light-colored four-door sedan he had an interaction with on November 11th. He described the driver of the sedan as being a white male wearing a long beanie that covered his hair. He said the unknown male confronted him in an unprofessional manner about throwing his trash into a dumpster that belonged to the neighboring apartment complex. He said the unknown male stated he was Blank for the Blank. For full details, refer to the audio recording. Dumpster. I wonder where he lived. Because remember, there was word that he was hiding behind or somebody was hiding behind a dumpster, scaring Kaylee. November 25th, Trooper Keeley returned my message and contacted me. Trooper Keeley, who works for the Wyoming Highway Patrol. The fuck? Wyoming, on a subject named blank, date of birth 1982. Trooper Keeley emailed me a brief description of his encounter with blank and his vehicle info. On November 28th, I requested ISP Regional Communications check blank Washington registration through the license plate reader database. But they don't attach anything. Oh, okay, here we go. We've got processing of the crime scene now. On November 13th at about 5:40, ISP detective and federal FBI task force officer Gideon Roberts assisted with the processing of this scene. Okay. I was assigned by ISP detective Jeff Talbot. Could Jeff Talbot be the fuck you, Jeff? On November 13th, 2022, I assisted with processing of quadruple homicide. While photographing the scene, I deleted photographs that were completely washed out, expecting the deleted photo's serial number to be reassigned to the next photo captured and the photo serial numbers to continue in sequential order. Later, as I was completing the photo log, I discovered that each photo I deleted the associated serial number instead of reassigning it, causing a gap in sequential order. I completed the photo log and included it in the case file. Okay, on November 19th, I conducted an phone interview with blank member blank. I identified as blank of the blank at the University of Idaho campus. He was at home in Tri-Cities, Washington when I called him. I asked him about the blank party the night of the November 12th. He confirmed there was a party and there was a guest list. There was a ratio of 2 guests allowed. Said he has spoken to members of the fraternity who saw Ethan and Xana at the party. He told them the last ones to see Ethan and Xana. There was no surveillance video in the house. He had a copy of all the attendees. Xana has never spoke about anything troubling her. He's never interacted with Kaylee or Maddie. Okay, now this other person was interviewed who was with Ethan and Xana. Said the party ended at 1 and then they went to blank. After Ethan and Xana gathered some items, blank, the group, including blank's girlfriend, returned to the house. They believe the couple packed a couple of beers and Ethan's black dress jacket, possible into a bag carried by Xana. Could that be the black jacket that was outside? Ethan's black dress jacket. She used it as a bag to carry beers. They attended a formal. Blank had a photo of Ethan at the formal. He interacted with Ethan almost every day. Ethan did not have any enemies or any problems with anyone. He said the same about Xana regarding her being a happy person without enemies. He could not speak to issues with Xana's security around her or the area or her apartment. He felt Ethan would spend the night at Xana's due to the distance to his own apartment, not because she was experiencing security issues. He's met Kaylee and Maddie, but didn't know him well. He was last at the King Road address the Friday before the homicides. He was there 15 to 20 minutes playing Pong, then went to the blank. On November 20th, we conducted an interview of blank. I was advised that he had recently, during blank, had made statements regarding the homicides. Upon arrival, blank was blank. Upon explaining why we were there, this person began speaking prior to being able to activate the audio recording. Blank explained her. Blank made statements to her that Xana Kernodle's death better not be due blank. This person last spoke to Xana about a month prior to the homicides. She tried to organize lunch. Xana was too busy. She was unaware of anyone who'd want to hurt Xana. Xana could have been killed as blank. Blank told us she's never been involved. Blank said blank hated X Kernodle and stated we should look at her. Someone hated Xana. She's saying someone hated Xana. I mean, enough to kill her? On January 5th, 2023, at about 1:57, I served a search warrant on Kohberger at the Latah County Jail. Also present at the time of service was Kohberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, and her associates, Mick McCarthy and Jay Logsden, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Ashton, Deputy Southern, and ISP forensic scientist Tara Martinez, Haley Youngling, and FBI Special Agent Travis Shirley. I audio recorded the whole event. After introducing myself to Kohberger and advising him of the search warrant and providing his attorney a copy of the search warrant, ISPFL scientist Martinez and Youngling began collecting evidence as prescribed in the search warrant. Kohberger was compliant throughout the process. At about 2:58, they completed the evidence collection. Kohberger was returned to his cell while his attorney observed the final packaging of the collected evidence. So that was on the 5th, right after he got extradited. On November 18th, Detective Leslie Lehman received an email from blank of blank, Moscow, Idaho, provided a Dropbox link to video surveillance he preserved from the evening hours of November 12th to 13th. On November 19th, the trooper met with the owner of somewhere in Moscow, where this person reviewed video surveillance from the 13th and realized that the victims Kaylee and Maddie were captured on the footage, and she allowed the video footage by cloud account. And it says, notably, Gonsalves and Mogan walk past the camera with blank at 1:40 in the morning on 11/13.
La, la, la,
Okay.
la, la. You don't hold account.
Okay, listen to this. On November 15th, I conducted an interview with blank. This person says he left his apartment at 8 o'clock on November 12th with a female friend named blank. They went to Mingles and ended up meeting another female there, and the three of them left for the corner club at about 1. At the corner club, he noticed a girl who, quote, couldn't stand, was touching everyone, and he stated, I thought she was on something. So I was like, this chick is just your classic, like, college girl that took a pill and didn't know what it was or something, you know? This female was later identified as Madison Mogan. Blank and another male left the corner club at closing time and went to the grub truck. After they got to the grub truck, he noticed Mogan arrive with another female who was identified as Kaylee. Mogan appeared extremely intoxicated to the point she was falling against the grub truck repeatedly. He noticed a male standing near Mogan and Kaylee and believed he was there with them. This male was later identified as Blank. He had a conversation. Is this big guy in a little coat? I think this was big guy in a little coat. He had a conversation with Blank at the grub truck. He said he was there to make sure the girls got home safe. Blank asked him how he felt about being recorded and then pointed out the live stream recording on grub truck. They continued to talk about inconsequential topics like cars, the weather, how their night was going. It seemed like Blank knew a group of fraternity guys who were waiting at the grub truck. Kaylee and Maddie were whispering to each other, looking at Blank and giggling. He thought Blank was in the friend zone. When describing the dynamic between the three, he felt like Blank was annoyed with the girls, saying he kept shaking his head at them, taking deep breaths, and sighing. A blue car, possibly a Honda, eventually pulled up near the grub truck, and he saw Mogan and Gonsalves get into it and leave. He was unaware of Blank's location or actions until he reviewed the recorded live stream footage later, but initially thought he left with them in the car. On Monday, December 19th, I conducted a follow-up on a purchase made by Kaylee at the Blank in the city of Moscow on 10/22. October 22nd, 10/22. I conducted interviews with manager Blank and server Blank. Texted me 2 photos of receipts from Kaylee's purchase of 2 beverages for $11.75. Kaylee arrived at the Blank around 8:30, along with 6 to 7 other females, presumed to be Blank. The women all ordered the same drink for their first round of Blue Hawaii. The women were dressed nicely with good demeanors. They were coming or going from an event. Some women purchased a second drink. Kaylee did, and each woman paid separately. And the women left shortly after consuming their drinks. Oh, we actually get to see the receipt. Poor Kaylee. And this is now a room search. They obtained a search warrant on November 19th at 1122 King Road for Blank's bedroom. FBI and members of the investigation team were present. I collected photographs of the bedroom and identified items which were seized by the crime scene lead, ISP Detective Jeff Talbot. The ISP crime scene lead was Jeff Talbot. I think the fuck you, Jeff, was for Jeff Talbot, the lead investigator from the Idaho State Police. Don't you? I'm telling you, this dude is a weird mofo. On November 19th at 2:20, I searched Blank's bedroom with FBI Hadaway, while other members of the investigation team, including Jeff Talbot, were present. Blank's bedroom is the Blank located room within the residence. During the time of the quadruple murder, Blank reported she witnessed the murder suspect, this is Dylan then, Dylan's bedroom. Upon entering Dylan's room, I photographed the bedroom with an emphasis upon her wall hangings and artwork. While conducting a search of her bedroom, the following items were noted or seized. The bedroom had a low amount of alcohol compared to the first and second level bedrooms within the residence. What does that mean? Well, I think that he would have known who was assigned as the lead investigator because he was still on the run. You know what I mean? Um, there was personal items, notebooks, and textbooks. Artwork of blank with an emphasis upon the blank were pinned to corkboards, along with blank from magazines. A letter from blank sorority, later to be confirmed. Blank was in a clear plastic shoebox. What? A blank was located on the vanity within the bedroom. A sorority blank was located in a black backpack under the bed. That was on the 19th of November. On November 16th, they had the victimology team. Let's see. ISP Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson was to lead the victimology team. So on the 16th, they were working with the FBI on a certain level, at least. Because the victimology team consisted of FBI agent, Special Agent Jonathan Riggs, Special Agent Jared Thompson, FBI Tactical Specialist Harry Hadaway, and statewide ISP detectives and nationwide FBI agents for out-of-area interviews. The victimology team was responsible for understanding relationships, social groups, private lives, and private lives of the victims and survivors, and the connection to a suspect or suspects. And then on January 3rd, ISP Detective Sergeant Gilbertson assigned me the additional investigative duty of coordinating the priority of investigation tips related to suspect Bryan C. Kohberger. The coordination of tips includes prioritizing interviews of people associated with Kohberger. Okay, here we go. Now I think we're getting into the student shit. On Monday, January 6th, we interviewed blank. The interview was conducted on the blank in the blank room. The interview was recorded with his knowledge and permission. This person told us that he had contact with Bryan Kohberger because Kohberger was a student seeking a criminal justice doctorate at WSU. They had met several times to discuss requirements for Kohberger's doctorate studies. They also met twice in social settings, once at a barbecue for the new students and a holiday Christmas event at the college. When did they have the holiday Christmas event? Because he left on the 15th. I need to know about that. He described Kohberger as socially awkward around people. He did not see any other behavior that he thought was odd, but did tell us that Kohberger was removed from blank because of his rudeness and unprofessional behavior towards other students and college professors. He suggests we speak to blank about complaints brought against Kohberger. Here's another one. Okay, it was recorded, and blank is employed blank. She has held this position for approximately blank. During the normal course of her duties, she regularly interacted with Kohberger. This occurred during new student course orientation, course functions, and other course-related activities. Additionally, Kohberger was present, at an early semester student meet and greet barbecue. Blank's position requires she interacts with students to discuss course options and any issues a student may have. This includes student interactions with faculty and other students. She described her initial reactions with Kohberger as ordinary, noting he came across as lonely. Blank is also from Kohberger's home state of Pennsylvania, and Kohberger would strike up conversations about hiking in the local area. As weeks progressed, Kohberger would hang out in the hallways of the Blank and her office. Blank described Kohberger as creepy, and he would simply stand at her desk and stare at her or her coworker Blank. At one stage, blocking the coworker into her desk area. He would also follow them out to their cars at the end of the day. His continued behavior resulted Blank arranging Blank to meet at 1700 hours after work to escort them to their cars. Blank said complaints from faculty and administration and other students was referred to Blank. These complaints referenced his rude and belittling behavior towards women and his unprofessional, rude dealings with his Blank. This resulted in mandatory training for all graduate students regarding behavior expectations. Ugh. So everyone had to take a class because of his ass. And then he was such a dick that he sat during the class in the back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Blank said in total, 9 complaints had been filed against Kohberger. So he had the audacity to sit in the back of the class with his hands behind his head, looking at the ceiling, not even paying attention. That's crazy. What a freak is right, Angela. Crazy town. Okay, so listen to this. Refer to the recording for greater detail. We need these recordings. I'm telling you. The interview, here's another interview on January 9th regarding Bryan. This was in reference to the pool party in Pullman in July of 2022. Blank was employed by Blank. She was not associated with Kohberger at WSU. She met Kohberger at a pool party on July 9th, 2022. The pool party occurred at Blank, located near UI. So this was at the Grove. The pool party at the Grove. The Grove Apartments. When she met Kohberger, they had a brief conversation about hiking interests in the area. And I think he liked this hiking conversation because he wanted to get these girls, in my opinion, out into the wilderness, if you will, where nobody is, right? She told Kohberger she had a hiking group she could introduce him to, and the two exchanged phone numbers. Hey, Crimson Moon. She could not recall if Kohberger was drinking at the pool party. Nothing in particular stood out about Kohberger. After the homicides, she searched her phone, remembering Kohberger had sent her a text. The text was as follows, quote, "Hey, I am pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoy that activity. So please let me know. Thanks." Blank believed an individual named Blank invited Kohberger to the party. Okay, so this person is a graduate student and Blank working in the Blank program. She was a fellow colleague of Bryan and had in Blank to his. She was also working on a project with Kohberger in a limited capacity. The project was a part of the Division of Governmental Studies and Services. She had limited interactions with Kohberger. One interaction was on a Zoom call. The other was a follow-up question concerning the project. She first met Kohberger in August in her office. 2 other graduate students were present. He told her he was from PA and he enjoyed hiking. They also spoke about his field of study, offender decision making. God, that's so creepy. That's exactly what he said his field of study was. Offender decision making. He is the offender. Christ almighty. That's creepy. He was particularly interested in how emotion played a role in how offenders make decisions. I've seen that, Tammy, where she's kneeling by the bench. Throughout the semester, she would routinely discuss criminal justice topics with Kohberger. They discussed the use of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on society. He told her he was not a drinker and he didn't understand why people drank. She said Kohberger really liked to discuss research and he liked to dominate the conversations. She described him standing in the doorway and hovering. She never felt uncomfortable around him. He had a macho demeanor about him and would appear to be puffed up. The only thing she felt off about Kohberger was his intense stare. He would intensely stare at people, even when he wasn't having a conversation with that person. She described having a conversation with him in her office she tried to end, and he would not stop talking. She told him she was leaving because she wanted to avoid getting a parking violation. She walked out and he continued to talk to her while she walked to her car. She did not have any relationship with him outside of school. She could not recall seeing him much after the homicides. So funny, he was puffed up, right? Because he surely wasn't puffed up in court. You know, I think the most puffed up he was the first time we saw him walk in a suit. He was puffed up that day. But he definitely wasn't puffed up when Olivia was talking to him. She was aware of an issue he had with a blank named Blank. He was perceived by female classmates as dominant and disrespectful to female instructors. At one point, Blank had come into her office crying because of a classroom discussion Kohberger was having with her. His behavior could be described as possibly sexist. He really did not like to be interrupted. He made a woman cry. I can't imagine the day when that motherfucker would make me cry. You know, sidebar here, but oh my God. She could not relate any instances where empathy would have been used during their conversations. She did say he seemed very uptight and serious. He wanted to come off as intelligent. Her understanding was Kohberger wanted to continue in academia and possibly become a professor. She did recall one other staff pulled her aside and made her aware of a possible issue of him stalking another member of the staff. An incident took place where he asked, oh my God, number 14. We need the date of this report. She did recall one other staff pulled her aside and made her aware of a possible issue with him stalking another member of the staff. An incident took place where he asked out the other staff member and had followed that individual out to her car. A report was filed with the Office of Civil Rights. The blank he asked out was blank. She was shocked by the homicides. In her hindsight, the homicides may have taken place because he had been rejected by someone. She had no knowledge of Kohberger talking about the homicides. Oh, this is the one about the knuckles. I'll be right back. I've got to get another drink. Okay, I am back. I got to stretch my legs too. This is super interesting, though. Thank you guys for sticking around. If you guys haven't hit the like button, hit it now. We have been going 3 hours and 20 minutes. I know, do some lunges, some squats. Okay, here we go. This one was conducted, and I just realized I've been wearing my headphones this whole time, and I don't need to be. It just doesn't feel right sitting here without them, so I'm going to be a nerd and keep them on. Okay, so this was on January 9th. They did an interview with Blank about her knowledge of Bryan because this person contacted the Moscow homicide tip line to report she had observed Kohberger with bloody knuckles. She saw the knuckles just prior to the homicides. The hands looked really beat up, like he was hitting something.
For making it happen.
Sarah Adams, thank you for your support. She said, thank you for reading and thinking with us. Thank you for thinking with me. I appreciate you guys. She was enrolled as a graduate student with Washington State in the Blank program. She had Blank with Kohberger. She did not like Kohberger, and they did not share the same focus of study. She recalled Kohberger talking constantly during their Blank class. He would pick fights with other classmates. She described an argument where Blank left the class upset. She had heard he had an incident with a female professor where Kohberger disagreed with the grade he had been given. Sorry. He didn't agree with the grade. Kohberger went to a male professor to complain about the grade. What a prick. What a prick. What a pussy. Literally went to a male professor. Oh, can you take a look at this grade this bitch gave me? Like, did he really think that this was going to work for him? And it makes me wonder, is his dad that way too? I know Tammy's way ahead of us. I'm glad you're here, Tam. But what do you think? Do you think that his dad is also like a womanizer like that? Sexist? Rude to women? I mean, because that doesn't usually just pop up, right? Low key, thank you for being a member for 2 months.
For making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it happen.
Oh, sorry, father? Do you think father is sexist? I know you have, honey. Thank you for your support. You think his dad is a wussy? Maybe mother is wearing the pants? See, because it could be, right, like Dr. Vanna's saying, what I'm thinking is it could be is that his dad was a pussy and he didn't respect him because the mother wore the pants, right? Mother wore the pants. So he respected mother, but also had this like skewed sense of, you know, who's supposed to be in control. Yay, I get an A+. It said that he did have his sister in his phone as sister. So I don't know how he differentiated, if it was sister 1, sister 2, if he didn't have both sisters in his phone. I don't know. Okay, so he disagreed and he went to a male professor to complain about the grade. The female professor was blank. She described Kohberger as weird, but he never threatened her. In one instance after class, Kohberger and her were alone. When she was trying to leave, he blocked her exit. She described him blocking her with his physical stance. Kohberger said they should meet up sometime and talk about her professional career. Ew. She felt like he just wanted to keep the discussion going, even though class was over. After the homicides, Kohberger stopped bringing a cell phone to class and started bringing a laptop. She never saw Kohberger using the laptop. Prior to the homicides, he was always using his phone. Because he was very studious, she believed he would take notes on phone. She described a change in his appearance after the homicides. He would normally be clean-shaven, neatly dressed. After the homicides, he had facial hair, and his dress would be disheveled. He also started wearing a thick blue coat. We heard it was black, right? Didn't we? Now we're here. Oh, my God. Stop it. Stop it right now. A blue coat? That was him at that damn freaking memorial in the blue coat. Y'all told me I was crazy. Y'all told me I was crazy. Remember the dude in the blue coat? Oh, that ain't him. That ain't him. Dude's wearing glasses. He could have put glasses on. Oh my gosh, I think it was him. I know you guys remember the dude in the blue coat, right? Okay, so he was wearing a thick blue coat that he never took off during a 3-hour class. The weather did not call for a heavy coat. She described Kohberger engaging regularly in classroom discussions after the homicides. The topic was discussed during class. She thought it was odd. He never participated in the discussions about the homicides. She described, hold on. Kohberger continued to engage in other discussions and appeared to be more cheerful. She did not know anything about Kohberger outside of class, and Kohberger was always playing the devil's advocate in class. During the semester, students were required to read 4 books. The third book they were required to read was a book about DNA evidence. She recalled Kohberger being heavily involved in the discussions about the book in class. Right, but Missy's Angels, I know you say that, but where is there proof of that? Where is there a police report that says they tracked down the guy at the vigil and spoke with him and it wasn't BK? I've never seen that, so I can't say that's true because I don't know where you're getting that from unless you know the guy. Kohberger was at a department bar outing at a downtown bar in Pullman, Washington. The outing occurred in October. Kohberger purchased a bottle of wine and drank the entire bottle. This was in October. Oh, I know. I've got to fix that bot. It's old. It doesn't say it was Bryan, but it doesn't say it was someone else. He drank an entire bottle of wine. This is in October. She was aware of a running tally some of the female students had. The Bryan tally. The tally tracked his tardiness to female instructor-led classes versus male instructor-led classes. The tally showed he was constantly late to female instructor classes and never late to male. And they said he would sometimes be as much as an hour late. I don't know how broke they are. I don't know anything about their finances. I'd like to know whose travel miles were given to Michael Kohberger to fly out to Washington to drive back with his son, Bryan, the murderer. I'd like to know whose miles paid for those, because anything we know, we have not heard that the Kohbergers are world travelers where they're racking up airline miles. So whose airline miles were used for Michael Kohberger's flight? She was not aware of other blank requesting escorts out of the building because they feared Kohberger. Let's see.
Making it happen.
This is someone being interviewed at their employment in Moscow.
Thank you.
Okay, on November 18th, Detective Leslie Lehman, along with ISP Detective Jacob Schwecke, interviewed Blank with a date of birth of 89 at Blank, Idaho, where he was employed. An email tip had been sent to Moscow police requesting detective investigate the whereabouts of a subject, most likely to be Blank, on November 12th and 13th due to his lengthy behavior issues and his living within close proximity to 1122. Moscow officers were able to provide information regarding Blank, including his current employer. He sat down with an interview. He did not know anything about the homicides. He said he didn't know any of the victims. He had not heard anything around town and was only familiar with the case based on what was on the news. He confirmed he lived on Blank near the area where the homicides occurred. Blank said he was at the Blank church during the evening hours of November 12th. Following activity night at the church, Blank from the church returned to his apartment where he remained until going to the Blank Center on November 13th at noon. Blank was alone at his apartment. He works on computers and watches movies. Blank initially heard about the homicide at work. He didn't hear or see anything unusual on November 12th near his apartment. Blank seemed truly concerned about the homicides and wished he had more information. Blank said he does not spend time around the Greek community. And then he has a history degree from UI, but has not been involved with the university recently. Here's another person they interviewed at their apartment in Moscow. Blank was identified by Moscow officers as a suspect in a Blank 2022 incident where he verbally threatened female University of Idaho students on a sidewalk. What? Was that the knife attack? Because if it is, they sure are downplaying it because it was more than a verbal attack. The dude had a knife. So he came out and spoke. It was not audio recorded. How convenient. He said he was at work until 23:30 on 11/12. Then he met his girlfriend at John's Alley. He was unsure of times in the early morning hours. But someone gave him a ride to his apartment due to her amount of intoxication. He walked home from her apartment and remained in his apartment, waking up at 1400 hours on November 13th. Blank said Blank was in the apartment with him and was still sleeping when Blank left in the afternoon hours. Blank said he learned of the homicides from the news. Others in the area, he did not know the victims and did not spend time with college students. He did remove his sweatshirt, showed me his arms and neck, no marks. It's 283. No, they didn't pay for it. They used miles. We saw the receipt. It was miles used for his flight. I saw it. Do you like it, Rebel Yell? Are you enjoying it? In what book are they interviewed, MH? I've never heard of Kohberger's family being interviewed in any of the books, and I think I've read them all. Let me know what book his family spoke out in. I'm curious. So this is about transporting DNA swabs collected by the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office from blank. On November 23rd, 2022, DNA swabs collected by Spokane from blank. The swabs were collected by pathologist Sean Ricardo during Blank's autopsy due to Blank's unusual behavior leading up to his death. Ricardo and his staff felt it necessary to secure his DNA sample and provide it for the Moscow investigators. Huh. So November 23rd, someone was dead and they sent them this dead person's DNA. Parents' weekend for Idaho was the week before the homicides. Parents' weekend for WSU was the weekend of the homicides. That's why Jazzy Kernodle called her dad and said, turn around, because he was leaving Parents' weekend. I've never seen a genetic message from the Kohbergers, ever. And I've never seen them to have a spokesperson or a lawyer speak publicly for them, ever. I was thinking maybe Ramsland went ahead and donated her miles to him. Just kidding. On December 7th, they interviewed Blank because this name was reported via the tip program as someone who knew Ethan and was described as odd. Okay, this person knew Ethan, was described as odd, no longer went to UI. He was going in the Navy. He spent a great deal of time at 112 to King Road. He was close friends with Xana and Ethan. He dropped during the first week of the year, but he was still active in the Greek groups, including Blank. Blank, 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 blank. Blank said gone to Mexico following the murders, now in Boise. November 12th, he was staying with his dad. He said he was hanging out on the couch when Blank said he was going to check on Blank and Blank at their apartment, 1122 King. He said his girlfriend went with him to the 1122 Street apartment. He did not know why Hunter was going to check on them and was not told who asked Hunter to go to the apartment. Shortly after Blank left, the police activity began in the area. He last saw Kernodle 3 days prior to November 13th at Blank's apartment on Wednesday. He also saw Chapin that same day and also played internet games, Apex Legends with Chapin and Blank on November 12th at approximately 18:30 before everyone went out. He considers himself an acquaintance of Maddie and Kaylee. Blank does not think he's on social media with any of the victims, but would be in pictures of a trip to Priest Lake with Chapin. He was at 1122 the early part of the week of the 7th of November, and he's been in several of the rooms. He texted Ethan after he learned of reports of an incident at 1122, but did not have any communication with any of the victims in the 48 hours up to the homicides. He could not speak to any knowledge of the victims feeling unsafe. He said there are fistfights in his apartment complex and parking lot. He's witnessed 2. There was one which involved an unknown male walking into his apartment and punching him in the face. Other people with the male broke up the fight. He said the fight was in September. Blank has never seen the unknown male or his friends in the area again. The Knuckles. An unknown male walked into his apartment and punched him in the face. Like, what? Now we find out that Kaylee was punched in the face? Mm-mm. I'm just saying, I haven't personally seen that myself, Missy. That's all. He said he kept the door of his apartment locked due to the amount of drunk people in the area, and he knew most of the people in the 1122 King Road area. Can't think of anyone who would commit these murders. And he also knew the backsliding door of 1122 is always left unlocked, and many people are aware of that. There we go. He's also friends with Dylan and Bethany, the surviving roommates at 1122 King, and usually hung out with them in a group of friends. He volunteered DNA, and they took DNA. Hear that? Always unlocked. And many people knew. All you'd have to do is sit out back and watch the kids come and go. See, I'd love for this person here to like, okay, was the person that punched you in the face, was it Bryan? Okay. On December 27th, 2022, ISP received a phone call from Officer Jeremy Lonin with the Rochester Police Department, Rochester, Minnesota. Officer Lonin passed along information in writing received from Blank, date of birth 1946. Blank, a resident of Blank, sent a lengthy written rant to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, which was intercepted by Officer Lonin. Officer Lonin was concerned about the rant and Blank proximity to Moscow, Idaho on November 12th and 13th. I was able to contact Blank by phone on January 5th. It was audio recorded. Blank knew I was calling regarding the documents he sent to Rochester Mayo Clinic. Blank confirmed he sends documents to many government entities, attorneys, and law enforcement agencies. He seemed to have concerns or delusions regarding electronic devices. Blank was able to maintain the conversation, and his speech was clear and understandable. Blank said he delivered documents to the ISP Coeur d'Alene office in October of 2022. No further action was taken regarding Blank. Huh. That's weird. Let's see. Okay, so this is a running report of several contacts made while doing a canvass in Moscow. Let me see. So we have on November 16th, they called and spoke with someone who agreed to put a request out to the businesses in Moscow requesting video surveillance from the evening of November 12th into the 13th. And the request was made via a newsletter. So that's probably like the chamber or some shit. Then on the 19th of November, they spoke via telephone to somebody who had already spoken to Moscow police regarding the homicide and said her center did not have a record of any of the homicide victims visiting her staff. On November 19th, they canvassed the residential area. They had video footage, or they had reviewed, and they did not have any vehicles activating it. No vehicles in that. That's it on that one. Victimology triage. Okay, so from November 16th, 2022 through January 7th, 2023, there were telephone triage interviews with people associated to the victim and survivors. The triage telephone interview determined the extent of information the person possessed and if an in-person interview should be conducted. Okay, she said on December 7th, they talked to this person who claims she knows Ethan and others and was present at the party with her best friend. She believes Ethan wasn't acting like himself and keeping to himself. She later stated she may have had mistaken identity of who she thought was Ethan. This person knew Kaylee from Coeur d'Alene. This person helped her obtain the internship. Her boss was blank, who was based out of Canada. Kaylee was in the pipeline for a full-time position, but her official offer had not been presented. It was not known to blank that Kaylee would be moving to Austin and working for the company based out of Texas. Blank had not had any regular or routine contact with Kaylee, but they did periodically talk over the past couple years. On December 15th, I spoke with Blank about salary negotiations, but did not directly negotiate her salary with Blank. Blank believed Kaylee was in a full-time paid internship, being paid $20 to $27 an hour. She leaned towards the $27 an hour. During mid-December, I telephoned Blank, who had graduated college and lives in Tacoma, Washington, who's a friend of Madison, Xana, and Kaylee. Blank's boyfriend is Blank from Blank. Blank is a close friend of Blank. She believes Blank is a violent person and provided her version of an incident at a Halloween party when Blank was making rude comments about other people. Her boyfriend stepped in and was struck by Blank. He then grabbed Blank by the hair and threw her to the ground. They later reconciled. It was rumored Blank and Blank had hooked up in a sexual relationship. She feels Blank objectifies women and is violent. See FBI report for interview of Blank. Okay, here's another tip from Latah County Richie Skiles. The tip stated, a former Blank department Blank could be responsible for the murder. I conducted follow-up with Moscow and obtained telephone information for MPD Blank. Blank had moved to Blank prior to the murders. They confirmed his whereabouts. And that was on December 16th. On December 21st, I telephoned Blank, who's friends with Ethan and Xana. They knew Kaylee as a previous neighbor, but were never close. did not have contact or a relationship with Maddie or the surviving victims. They recalled Ethan as always being the funny guy in the room, and Xana was liked by everyone. He really could have hated Xana too, because she was liked by everyone, according to this, like loved by everyone. They'd never been to 1122 King Road. On December 29th, 2022, I contacted Blank. She stated she has 2 children who attend WSU and were at the house the night prior to the murders. She would not put me in touch with her children, nor would she provide their full names. The primary communications with Blank were via text. And then an informal in-person interview of the first person on the scene of the murders, was conducted at Moscow Police Department in late December 2022. Blank expressed concern for repeated media inquiries and online threats. Blank was provided contact information for threats. So whoever was the first person on scene was getting threats. I had received other tips and triaged those tips without any connection to the murders. Okay. January 10th, they did an interview with Blank with a date of birth of 1996. Information regarding her interactions with fellow classmate Bryan Kohberger. On January 10th, 2023. Okay, she said she drives a white Blank. She first met Kohberger on campus at a meet and greet for the PhD program cohort. She would later clarify the event date was August 17th, 2022. She explained she and Blank, who both came from Blank together, attended the event together. Blank provided a phone number for Blank. After the event, she said she and Blank talked about Kohberger and did not really like him based on their interactions with him. She said she tried to give Kohberger the benefit of the doubt as he appeared to be trying to overly impress them both. How pitiful. Blank said she invited the whole cohort to her apartment during the second or third week of school. She said it was the University of Iowa versus Iowa State. Kohberger attended the event, but was about 2.5 hours late. About a week after the event, Kohberger began to tell others Blank takes blank for blank. What a dick. So this is the one that he looked in her medicine cabinet and knew what she took, and then he went to the school. He should have been fucking fired for that. He began to tell others that she takes blank for blank. She suspected Kohberger may have looked in her bathroom cabinet and observed her prescriptions because she does not openly share with others about her blank. So this was something she never shared with others. What a prick. What a prick. She said after her interactions with Kohberger, she began to distance herself from him and heard complaints from other female grad students about how he would make them uncomfortable. She said as the semester progressed, there were numerous interactions with Kohberger staring at students weirdly during class and, quote, spatially trapping fellow students in their student offices. She stated when she was not around, Kohberger would spatially trap blank in their offices for long periods of time. She stated there was a spiff during class between Blank and Kohberger, in which Kohberger was, quote, mansplaining to Blank. Said as the disagreement progressed, Blank had the class move on from the topic. During follow-up questioning, she provided the general context of the disagreement and reported that Kohberger said mansplaining did not exist. She said her closest friends were Blank. When Detective Lehman asked if Kohberger had any friends. She wasn't aware of anyone. She stated Kohberger would have been the closest with his office mates, blank, who were international students. She stated she assumed Kohberger was helping blank learn English and prepare for the test of English as a foreign language. So here is the office mate or whatever. During questioning about his overall performance in school, she stated she did not think he was doing very well, as they could get a general idea of everyone's grades through a process of elimination. She heard Kohberger stated blank was inadequate to get his papers because he was... What? She heard rumors Kohberger stated blank was inadequate to grade his papers because she was too foreign. Blank further stated she did not know his specific grades, and she said she did not know Kohberger was not doing well as a TA because blank complained about not getting enough help from both Kohberger and... She said about halfway through the semester, blank put out a request for graders, which both she and blank applied for and began performing. Blank said from her limited experience at the college, she thought it was rather unusual for a professor to request additional graders halfway through the semester. When asked about Kohberger's demeanor, it sounds like they did some cover-up, right? He wasn't doing his freaking job. So they had other people volunteer to help grade. When asked about his demeanor after November 13th, she said his demeanor did change. However, she attributed it to being called out to not being a good TA. She recalled Kohberger smiling at her more and being a bit more respectful towards her. She thought this was because Kohberger was not part of the tight cohort group. When asked, she said she fully anticipated Kohberger returning to school after the end of the semester. During additional follow-up of this person, she said Kohberger always wore a puffy coat to class, both prior and after the homicides. She told us there was a tally board in her office documenting how often Kohberger was late for class. She and fellow students were tracking his tardiness. Ooh, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your support today. She said he wasn't there to learn, he was there to pray. That's the truth. They were tracking his tardiness, comparing it to male versus female professors. She later provided photographs of the tally board. I want to see it. She provided examples of him arriving late to class and her negative perception of Kohberger being late to graduate level courses. See, as a TA, he's supposed to be like an example, right? And here he is being late to only the females' classes. She said Kohberger never missed a class except for one, which she believed might have been the Thursday after the homicide, which was their methods class.
Thank you for making it happen.
Thank you, M11. Fell asleep replaying yesterday's marathon live. Still playing when I woke up. Stellar endurance, Jay. Thanks. Thank you for your support. She admitted that she and her fellow classmates talked a lot of shit about Kohberger via a group text message thread. They hated him. Let's just face it. When asked, she said she's never been to his apartment and she lives at blank in Pullman. She provided additional examples regarding Kohberger blocking fellow students in the offices. She showed us an email from someone that said, "Help me, this convo is weird," dated October 28th, 2022. She said Kohberger would stand in the doorways and not leave when it was clear. Based on the social cues, the person in the office was packing up and wanted to leave. She said she was aware of a formal complaint to HR, by blank for statements Kohberger made to her after blank had stepped away. As a result of the complaint, a meeting took place regarding discrimination and harassment as a department. Blank thought the meeting occurred sometime in October or November and could not retrieve the exact date. She said blank is hard of hearing and has 2 interpreters. However, the interpreters are only present in the classroom setting. I asked if Kohberger had a girlfriend or other acquaintances. She was unaware of Kohberger consistently interacting with anyone. She said Kohberger was only around when classes were happening and rarely saw him when they did not have class. He did not discuss his social plans and only knew he was interested in baseball. That's something I never heard. Buddha Girl, thank you for 11 months of membership. Jay covers this case better than anyone else. I appreciate you saying that. I hope that you are getting something out of this. Okay, so then when asked, she said Kohberger told her he had no social media. She said she did not notice injuries to Kohberger's hands in October and had joked that he must have been punching drywall in anger. She reported Kohberger told fellow students he had been boxing when explaining why his hands were injured. She said during 2 extensive student presentations on sexual victimization on college campuses and stalking, Kohberger sat through them and did not interject himself into the conversation. Regarding the death penalty, she reported Kohberger previously appeared to be in support of the death penalty and made statements that the victim's family should have a say as to whether or not the DP is imposed. She stated she did not know any of the victims and was not aware of anyone in her social circle who knew the victims. Thank you for subscribing, Heather. Yeah, he's a lying liar who lies. Hold on. Thank you, Miss Diana. She says, thank you, Jay, for going through these with us. You rock. You guys rock. Thank you. Sorry, I had to answer the phone. My bad. When I do lives like this that are long, life still goes on. He did box when he was younger. Remember, his dad brought him to boxing, and actually his boxing coach was supposed to testify. You're so right, Kim Watts. Kathleen, thank you for your PayPal. I appreciate that, and you're welcome. Yeah, how many complaints does it take? I think that these universities like to, put shit under the rug, I don't know what he was testifying for, but remember he had to go to court in PA, and then the next day was the freaking plea. So maybe Bryan also didn't want people that knew him to testify either, because remember we watched the Banfield thing where the prisoner that was in jail with him said that he watched coverage of the murders, but when it came to people talking about him or his parents, or it was anybody that knew him in PA, he turned it off. So maybe he couldn't bear their testimony. Yeah, he was only there a few months. He couldn't even play it off for a few months. New life. Mm-hmm. Okay, so on January 10th, they interviewed this person about the pool party. This is the other girl. So blank and blank both worked at blank and lived in Moscow. On the day of the party, blank was working and looked out at the pool and saw approximately 200 people. She called her friend blank and later went out to the pool. Blank and blank were approached by Kohberger. This leaked out early on. They were approached by Kohberger at the pool party. She was uncomfortable with how Kohberger was talking to her and her friend. She told Kohberger she was married and tried to end the conversation, but he continued to talk to them. At one point, blank came over and intervened. Blank placed himself between Kohberger and blank, but Kohberger continued to be fixated on the girls. The interaction ended shortly after with blank and Kohberger exchanging phone numbers. Now, if a guy makes you uncomfortable, pound this in your girls' heads. If a guy makes you feel uncomfortable, don't give him your number. Don't give him your number. Why would she exchange numbers? To get him to go away? They were not aware if any of the victims attended the pool party. On November 21st, they conducted surveillance in Pullman and seized 2 discarded cigarette butts from a male suspected to be blank with a date of birth of 1981 at the steps leading to the apartment building. Who's that? 41-year-old male in Pullman. Oh, my goodness. Who do you think this is? How old was Brent Kopaka when he passed? I'm going to look it up. Unless somebody knows. Oh, he was born in 86. He was born in 86. Just keep that in the back of your mind in case we ever come across it. Okay, so this guy in Pullman, they went there and they took his cigarette butts. This was on November the 21st, which was Bryan Kohberger's birthday. I don't think Einan lived in Pullman, did he? Wasn't Einan in Moscow? This was at the apartments. They're not saying what apartments. Okay, so this guy was sitting on the steps leading to a community entrance door where multiple people use it to enter the building. Okay, so they grabbed these cigarette butts. And that's it. That's the end of the report. Are you talking about Christian Martinez? All right, here's another interview on January 10th about her interactions with fellow WSU classmate Bryan. So she first met Bryan during orientation as they were both first-year PhD students. She attended classes with Bryan, which she further explained as class together twice on Tuesday, once on Wednesday, and one on Thursday. This girl saw him a lot. A lot. She said the only social event she had previously attended with Kohberger was a barbecue that someone hosted at his residence. Her only day-to-day interaction occurred in the classroom because she worked upstairs in a secure area as part of her internship with the blank, and Kohberger's office was downstairs. She provided a brief overview of his demeanor in the classroom and the need to assert upon fellow students in his knowledge. She said he liked to over-explain offender decision-making. And he was doing his final research paper on burglary. I cannot. She said during introductions, Bryan said his reason for attending WSU was for the internship with blank and blank, which is the position blank had been chosen for over Kohberger. Blank obtained the position in the spring and conducted onboarding training over the summer. She stated she was sick the week following the homicide, then was gone for Thanksgiving. After returning to class after Thanksgiving, she said Kohberger had cuts on his hands. She described the cuts on his hands as cat scratches with Band-Aids over the cuts. The barbecue was not the pool party. No. She did not ask him about the cuts on his hands because of his general overengagement in conversation. She said the dates she would have seen the cuts were November 29th and 30th. She said they had harassment training on November 8th, and it was rumored the training was because of Kohberger. However, she could not confirm it. She said Kohberger's behavior changed after the meeting, and she assumed his behavior change was in response to what they discussed in training. So he was such a dick that everyone had to go through training. That was what the school did. Okay, we can't single him out. We're going to have to train everyone to make it fair and then see if his behavior continues. You know, they have to go through all these different, because they can't just take his funding, right? They have to do one thing, try one thing, if that doesn't work, and then keep going. Well, in the meantime, they didn't know he was a potential mass murderer waiting to blow. Okay, so then she described Kohberger becoming quieter and not speaking up in class. She said on Wednesday, November 9th, he arrived late, then left class after 10 minutes to get coffee, which she described as unusual. She described an interaction with Kohberger after leaving one evening when she was with blank, and Kohberger trapped her into a conversation with him. She stated she was not aware of Kohberger having any social media. She said Kohberger showed her pictures of him hiking in the area of Moscow Mountain, and he appeared to be alone. She said she'd never been to Kohberger's apartment or in his car. She stated she did not know the victims and was aware of anyone who knew him. However, on December 4th of 2022, she found snow footprints leading to the back window of her apartment. Whoever left the footprints had backtracked within the tracks. She and her fiance installed security cameras in response to finding the footprints. She forwarded the photographs of the footprints to Detective Lehman. Smart girl took pictures. She provided her address of blank and Pullman. Near the interview's conclusion, she requested we speak with blank by phone about an incident at their apartment. Oh my God. Blank said he was playing video games when someone jiggled the door handle to the apartment, and after getting up and looking outside, no one was there. That incident occurred between October 26th and December 20. What? Between October 26th and December 9th of 2022. Did they mean November 26th and December 9th? Ugh, this is all recorded too. Yes, the backslider door had back. Yes. Okay, so here's another one. They interviewed Washington State University undergrad student. Okay. This person's name was forwarded to investigators by another person. This person believed that blank had been asked repeatedly by Bryan Kohberger on a date, and that his attention was unwanted and Kohberger had been told to stop. Kohberger was the TA in which Ms. Blank was a student. Ms. Blank told us that she had only seen Kohberger on one occasion when she was sitting in a criminal justice class, and Kohberger had been introduced as the TA for that class. Other than that, she only corresponded through submitting papers and grading online. She said she had never seen him in class again and never at a social event, and she believed that Blank had mistaken her for another criminal justice student. She told us she used to work at the Blank in Moscow at one time and knew that her coworkers also knew the students who were murdered. She had gone to visit her former coworkers after the murders. I wonder if she worked with one of the victims. DE, I don't, because I think intuition is something that you really can't explain. And I firmly believe in women's intuition and how they feel. And if they say they feel uncomfortable, I don't think that you really need to explain further than that. On the 10th of January, they interviewed another one, interviewed Blank about her connection and her knowledge of Bryan Kohberger. Okay, this is interesting because this person was born in 1980, which made her 42 years old. It's a white female. But also present during this interview in Pullman with ISP detectives was Washington State Assistant Attorney General Sean Bowen. This is an employee of WSU. Why would Assistant Attorney General Sean Bowen have to be at an interview with the WSU employee? Okay, so they recorded this. She's employed by WSU as Blank during normal course of her duties. She investigates and provides education, mediation, and other disciplinary focused responses to complaints, reports made by members of the student body. If those complaints have a discriminatory nexus, her department facilitates group educational classes. Bowen advised due to legal restrictions placed on staff, Blank was only able to provide some answers in general terms. I referred to one such mandatory education class, which was provided to the criminal justice grad program following complaints made against Bryan Kohberger. Blank said she did not teach that class. Blank taught it, so she could not comment on Kohberger's attendance. She stated she never interacted with him, directly or indirectly, albeit she was in receipt of reports regarding his behavior. She stated, per her notes, she was in receipt of 13 reports pertaining to Kohberger, highlighting concerns regarding his behavior. She suggested a subpoena would be provided to WSU, or should be provided to release any records held by blank department regarding these reports or matters. He further recommended investigators should review WSU's Executive Procedure 15, available online from WSU's website, and a copy of the grad student policy and procedures with reference to the student grievance section. They knew. You're right. They didn't protect these women. Here's another one from this is someone employed by WSU. So this is someone who's worked there for 11 and a half years, has worked there for a total of 35 years. She regularly interacted with Kohberger. He has an office downstairs from her. She's frequently in her office as her undergraduate assistant works with her. She stated Kohberger seems to have a particularly keen interest in blank. He would stand at her desk, including behind her, staring over her shoulders as she worked and stare at her. She noted Professor Blank was asked to escort Blank to her car at the end of the workday, as Kohberger's behavior was of concern. She commented that his inappropriate behavior was reported to Professor Blank, the Blank. She said to her recollection, Blank was Kohberger's closest peer, and on occasion had inserted himself between Kohberger and Blank as a distraction. So he had a fellow peer, male, who inserted himself between Kohberger and this woman. Refer to the recording for greater detail. Here's another one. This is a student in criminal justice where Bryan was a TA. They held this on campus. So they recalled meeting TA Kohberger on the first or second day of class. They believed he mentioned having a background in the military. He said Kohberger was quiet and did not engage with the class unless asked to do so by the professor. They exchanged emails regarding a final paper and held a Zoom meeting with Kohberger on December 9th with 2 or 3 other students from the class. They said Kohberger left his camera on, kept his camera off during the Zoom meeting. He said students tended to leave cameras off during Zoom, but it was unusual for TAs and professors to leave the camera off during these meetings. He said Kohberger's attitude during the meeting was chatty and upbeat, saying Kohberger seemed nicer than prior interactions. She also confirmed she did not engage with Kohberger outside of classroom or on social media. She considered his behavior and demeanor to be formal, and then they got the emails. Oh my goodness, look at the redactions here. Whew, okay. Let's see who this is. This person was in the same cohort as PhD student Bryan. Okay, so this is a woman, confirmed her residence and what she drives and her phone number. She interacts in classes, shared for 3 hours a day with Kohberger. She said that Kohberger seems to focus his attention towards her office mate, Blank, which made Blank uncomfortable. The office mates tried to keep their office door closed to keep Kohberger out. She tried to remain civil when speaking to him, but felt he tended to be aggressive and upfront, specifically with female colleagues. She said he engaged in unsolicited debates and arguments regarding topics she felt were not up for debate. She explained an incident in class where the topic of eyewitness misidentification was being discussed. She was explaining her viewpoints due to her background in the topic. Kohberger was agitated and argumentative because he did not agree with her explanation. She defended classmate A defended her, to which Kohberger tried to stop the debate. She told Kohberger his arguing was mansplaining when speaking to blank. Blank said Kohberger did not understand what mansplaining meant, but disagreed that he was engaging in that fashion. Blank said the exchange made her upset and uncomfortable and left her not wanting to interact any further with Kohberger. She would explain that she filed a written email complaint to the WSU Civil Rights and Compliance regarding the mansplaining incident. She said her goal was to create documentation of the incident should further issues arise. She knew Blank spoke to Kohberger about his behavior, but nothing further came of the incident. She did not interact with him outside the campus setting, with the exception of a party at Blank apartment he attended for an hour. What the fuck? He was at a lot of gatherings. Listen to this. A party at someone's apartment he attended for an hour, and then she recalled another department gathering at Paradise Creek Brewery. She said, this is when he had a bottle of wine to himself and seemed to focus his attention on the female server. She didn't share any social media with Kohberger, but said Kohberger often referred to the Wazoo Reddit page. She never had direct text with him, just the Group Me chat group. She recognized a change in his behavior by him getting up and leaving class more often in the week leading up to Thanksgiving break. Kohberger would get up to get a cup of coffee, which she explained was highly inappropriate for a graduate student to act this way. She said he constantly was wearing a puffy down coat, including during classes lasting several hours. She never saw him with anyone she believed was his friend, and she stated he never made friends. He confided in Blank in November that he wished he was in a relationship. She said Kohberger expressed interest in female members of the cohort, but nothing materialized. She said Kohberger flirted with Blank until he learned she was married. She said there was a tally board in her office memorializing the number of times Kohberger was late to class, and one to show the number of times Kohberger makes discriminatory comments and behaviors to the cohort members. She noted that following Thanksgiving break, Kohberger was very quiet. She felt Kohberger must have realized his behavior was accounted for, and this was causing his lack of engagement. In the week leading up to Christmas break, the department held a Christmas party. Blank held the party, and a conversation with Kohberger regarding classes Blank was taking left Blank with the impression he would be returning in the spring. She said she saw Kohberger with injuries to his left hand while in class. She sat to Kohberger's left 3 feet away, and during a class following Thanksgiving break, she had clear vision of his left hand. She described the injury as bruised knuckles. The redness was halfway up the back of his hand from his knuckles, and he had a cut in his ring finger knuckle. Kohberger had told Blank he was a boxer. She said Kohberger did not try to hide the injured hand. She's never been in his apartment or his car, and he said he wanted to be a university professor. Blank stated with a chuckle he really liked to teach people things. She said Kohberger genuinely tried and wanted to be friends with people, but he didn't know how. She explained he was argumentative and she was not, furthering the distance between them. She reiterated Kohberger's uninvited visits to her office, to include Kohberger sitting at a seat directly next to her, leaving her stuck talking to him. He did not share information about his personal life. Weird. Okay, so here's another interview. This is ISP and FBI on January 9th. Let's see who this is. This is another student. He was in the PhD program for sociology. He first met Kohberger at the beginning of the fall 2022 semester, sometime around August 15th, 2022, in a class. So he described the classroom as 45 to 50 people, which would be rearranged by putting desks in a circle to encourage discussion. They estimated the class consisted of 10 to 15 grad students. The class was on Wednesdays from 2 to 5. They finished around December 9th. Seating was not arranged, but once students established a seat at the beginning, they would usually sit in the same seats. Blank stated he was one of the last people to get to the classroom, and Kohberger would similarly show up last. Due to this, he usually ended up sitting directly to the right of Kohberger. He stated most of the students in the class seemed to know each other from other classes. He would interact with Kohberger occasionally during class, but did not have any problems personally with him. He did describe one bizarre incident which stuck out. He described the incident occurring within the first few weeks of class between Kohberger and another person. He described how this other person was stating something in class and Kohberger was attempting to correct her. He described Kohberger as over-explaining things to her, then told Kohberger he was mansplaining everything to her, and she understood what he was trying to say. Kohberger then went on to explain that he was not mansplaining and started to define what mansplaining was. Due to this interaction, Blank left the classroom during the middle of class without taking her laptop or coffee. She described the incident as Blank and Kohberger bickering and debating that turned very tense. On one occasion, Blank and Kohberger had a conversation just outside the classroom, which was about classroom topics. During that discussion, Blank mentioned he needed to be During that discussion, he mentioned he needed to get heading home to make dinner for his fiance. Kohberger replied something to the effect of, quote, "You look really happy doing that, to be doing that. Most guys I know hate making food for their women," end quote. Blank found this to be weird. Okay, remember Kaylee went on a freaking date and the guy told her to get up and make him a damn quesadilla? Bitch. Remember? And this guy's like, "Oh, I'm getting ready to go home so I can make dinner for my fiance." And Kohberger's like, "You look really happy to be doing that. Most guys I know hate making food for their women." Fireball, make me some. I'm hungry. He described Kohberger as the black sheep of the cohort and very to himself. He described his relationship with Kohberger as more than acquaintances, but less than friends. He stated he did not talk to Kohberger about many personal topics and did not have much information about his personal life. Okay, so this is another interview on January 10th. This person had one class with Bryan in the fall 2022 semester. Tuesdays from 2:10 to 5. No assigned seatings. She stated at the beginning the students would sit close together, but as the semester went on, they started spacing out. She stated the reason for the students spacing out was due to distancing themselves from Kohberger. She stated Kohberger would often interject himself in conversations with Blank. Stated her office was across the hall from Blank office and she would purposely leave their office door open to give Blank a place to go in case Kohberger would go into Blank office. She stated that after the murders, she did not notice anything out of the ordinary with Kohberger, but she did not have any interactions where he was rude or disrespectful. She did not witness any harassment, so she did not fill out a harassment report. Okay. This person is a graduate student at WSU and a classmate of Kohberger. Initially, he noted he did not interact with him outside of the academic setting, but as the interview progressed, he elaborated in greater detail. He referred to a specific time in late October or early November when, after a class, Kohberger offered to give him a ride home in his white Elantra. He noted this event as he spent nearly 3 hours in conversation with Kohberger. He stated he was cautious when forming friendships or relationship with fellow students. He was concerned to ensure he was able to work closely with someone over the time of the graduate program. As a result of this caution, he took time to observe and analyze interactions with others. He noted Kohberger would deliberately socially engineer his conversation and talking points to integrate himself within a group. He specifically noted this with regard to Kohberger discussing sports. When Blank indicated he had no interest in sports, Kohberger moved to stating he had little interest in sports either. God, I can't stand people like that. During this conversation, which was conducted in Kohberger's car in the parking lot and the parking lot space outside Blank home, Kohberger said he had no one to really... Oh my God, how embarrassing is this? Kohberger said he had no one to really have guy talks with. That's in quotes. He briefly talked about women and dating, noting Kohberger said he could pick up any woman he wants in bars and clubs. Blank noted he felt the inference was Kohberger did not view value in women and saw them more as articles. He said he felt like he was verbally kidnapped as Kohberger continued to want to talk, describing the scenario as a 3-hour conversation and a 5-minute journey. Kohberger moved the conversation to social media and its impact on societal issues. To this end, they discussed how people align themselves within social media bubbles, which became echo chambers. He also discussed politics and indicated he had predominantly conservative household values wherein traditional gender roles applied. He said in his interactions with Kohberger, he never discussed his home, family, or friends, but did discuss his educational experiences at his previous college. He recalled Kohberger indicated a desire to work with Blank. Stop it. Stop. Number 9. Oh, shit. Listen to this. He recalled Kohberger indicated a desire to work with Blank, a professor of forensic psychology and criminal justice at Blank, who has written many notable books and articles on the serial killer BTK. Oh my God. He has a desire to work with Catherine Ramsland. I told you. MF and Bing Bong. I knew it. I knew it. God. He described Kohberger as focused but arrogant. He wanted all his classmates to know he was the smartest guy in the room and wanted to highlight his academic progress. He said the female members of the class had an innate ability to see things like character traits in people not often recognized by men. They voiced that Kohberger made them uncomfortable, felt unsafe, and that he was creepy. And how funny is it that his criminal psychology professor at WSU said, if we give this guy a PhD, he's going to sexually assault, harass, and stalk. But Ramsland, she didn't pick up on anything. Oh, no. We worked in the criminal house together. He was very curious. Wasn't that her word? He was very intense in his studies and curious. I cannot. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Blank said he was close to filing a report to the university about Kohberger's behavior in the latter part of November 22, but he did not because the report is not anonymous. He further commented on Kohberger's lack of sleep, which he said was very apparent. He was late to lectures and would frequently get up and leave mid-lecture to come back with coffee. Yeah, so this page is 321. Page 321, and it's line 9, where he talks about Ramsland. Okay, here is another person from the school. Okay, so this is about his selection for the program. Have fun on the boat. That sounds great. I have seen her Substack. Yep. Oh, I got my eyes on old Ramsland. I got my eyes on Ramsland. Okay, here we go. This is an employee of WSU, and we have the Assistant Attorney General there again. So Ms. Blank, we're going to call her Ms. X. Ms. X told us that Bryan Kohberger had been selected for the criminal justice program by a panel. Ms. X did not sit on this panel. She was assigned as Kohberger's blank for his doctoral program. Thank you so much, big girl, for your membership. She was assigned as his blank for his doctoral program. His assignment as a program training assistant was through blank and blank. Ms. X said she had only one interaction with Kohberger as blank because beginning in late August, she began receiving complaints about Kohberger from students and staff in the criminal justice program. Late August. When did school even start? Does anyone know? Late August, she was already getting complaints. I think he's like fascinated with Ramsland. August 22nd. Jesus. Late August, she was already receiving complaints. Because of these complaints, she spent a lot of time, at least once a week, speaking about Kohberger during different disciplinary meetings. The meetings focused around Kohberger's interaction with fellow postgraduate students in and out of the classroom, along with his behavior around some of the criminal justice professors. This was late August. She said he was socially awkward, but hold on. But in her experience, a lot of academics are socially awkward. However, the various complaints were about how Kohberger spoke to other staff and students. His stating of outspoken discriminatory comments, which were homophobic, xenophobic, and misogynistic in nature. He would also stare at people and stand uncomfortably close or lean over women, making them uncomfortable. WSU. Wow. 2 whole months before the murders. Had he been sent, who puts up with racist or homophobic comments? That should be zero tolerance. Send him packing back to PA. He wouldn't even have fucking been there anymore. Without his funding, he would have had to go home. So he couldn't even hold it together. He could not even hold it together. And had he been sent back to PA, these kids could possibly still be alive. But we have heard about him at DeSales. Remember the kids, those guys spoke out. They were like, he was a little weird, but it sounds like he got worse. with his weirdness? I don't know. So Ms. X brought Kohberger to her office to speak to him about the complaints and attempted to get him to correct his behavior. His response to this was his deflection of personal responsibility, saying that his comments had been misunderstood, etc. Yeah, I don't know, Lindsay. Kohberger indicated to Miss X he hoped to continue in the program and his desire to remain in the field of academia. He did tell Miss X that he wished to work under blank. Blank told us that blank field of expertise is in sex offenses and decision-making processes of offenders. I think that's Dr. Macon at WSU, if I'm guessing. On December 5th, there was a tip that expressed concern about an online photograph taken from what appeared to be a Halloween party where members of the blank fraternity were in attendance. In the photo, a male believed to be a member of the fraternity is wearing a military-style body armor carrier known as a plate carrier. Attached to the front of the carrier is what appeared to be a large K-bar-style knife. What's a plate carrier? Anybody know? I want to see what it looks like. I'm going to Google it. Military plate carrier. Oh, it's like a vest. It's just a military vest. The tipster read online that a K-bar knife may have been the type of weapon in the murders and wanted to pass it on to police. They called this person and asked to meet. They recognized him as a member of the frat. He explained his activities on the evening of November 12th. He went to Colony Days at 8 p.m. at a beef pavilion. Then they went to the Mystic Cafe in Lewiston. Let's see. He told us he had been at the victim's house about 2 months prior with a female named Blank, a member of the Blank sorority. He met Kaylee that night briefly. He claimed he only met her briefly and did not know the other victims at all. So they did have people they didn't know there, coming in with friends of friends. He consented to DNA. They collected his DNA. While speaking with him, he mentioned he and his friend Blank bought knives together at a sporting goods store in Lewiston around Christmas 2021. He told us Blank was there at the Blank house. They spoke with this other person. They confirmed of them buying the knives together. Photos were collected of the knives. He said he previously met Ethan at the formal, and they went to the Hunga Dunga for an hour and left. That's it. Morgan Le Fay, thank you for your super chat.
I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jay, for covering so comprehensively with this. Well, we have to, because look at what number 9 revealed in that, and Brian Enton's just skimming them. On December 1st, they interviewed this person regarding his recent purchase of a K-bar knife that had not been delivered. Let's see. We went into the living room. We asked if he knew why we were at his apartment. He said he figured it was because of the murders. He did not initially admit to ordering a K-bar. When asked what kinds of things he ordered recently, he said he ordered a ski mask. Stop it. What the fuck? This is December 1st. I mean, I guess people use ski masks, but this is weird, right? I observed his order information on his Amazon account. He voluntarily provided me his phone and allowed me to look at his account. and his recent purchases was a ski mask and commercial grade cleaning gloves. I asked him if he had an email, and did he receive email confirmation? We had been given information regarding an email used to confirm purchase of K-Bar knife. We looked at the email. He provided me a different email than what was used to purchase the knife. While doing that, I clicked on his email account and noticed another email address, including the email used to confirm the purchase, and that email was blank. Reading fee from Whitebird. Thank you, Whitebird. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so as he began to look at the emails, blank stuttered and said, "I know why you're here." And then Sergeant Hopkins asked why we were there. And he said it was because he ordered 2 knives. He admitted he had purchased 2 knives from K-Bar. This was consistent with the tip we received and the confirmation email. We asked him why he ordered these knives. He said it was because he did not have a gun and he ordered for protection. He said he didn't feel like he was in imminent danger. We talked for a bit. And we asked he asked if we would like to do a room inspection or something. We told him we would like to if it was okay with him. He agreed, and we searched the room. While talking with him, we asked why he chose that particular knife. He said he saw on the news the killer had used a K-Bar and he wanted to match it. After talking it through, he said he would have a gun instead if he knew how to buy one. He appeared to realize it sounded unrealistic for him to buy a knife to match the killer if they were to ever get into a fight. He told us he did not know any of the victims. He voluntarily provided DNA. Nothing of note other than a ski mask and a commercial grade cleaning gloves were found in the apartment. Nothing else was seized. There are some weird motherfuckers, man. She did say, "Where is the other weapon?" Okay, so December 8th, they interviewed someone who was a babysitter for some of the football coaches. Oh, Kaylee was a babysitter, you guys. She stated she was only aware of one family that Kaylee worked for as a babysitter. Blank agreed to babysit. No. She was the scheduling girl. She went on to explain that Kaylee babysat for the blank during the summer of 2022. She was unsure how many times Kaylee babysat, but knew it was Minnie. Listen. The father of the people she babysat for refused to give up DNA, bro. I asked if that was the only way she knew the victims. She told me she was very close with Xana and stated she was in the same sorority as her. They spent a lot of time together. She knew what Xana's major was, her hobbies, and was aware of Ethan. She stated she lived in another home in Moscow and told me a story. Oh, God, here we go. Here we go with someone who is affiliated with Kaylee and has a story. Listen, if they're trying to get DNA to rule out people in a quadruple murder and you didn't do it, why would you not give up your DNA? That's only going to halt progress. If I didn't do it, I'd give my DNA. Would you guys? Yep, Pickle. One of these things is not like the others. Exactly. Exactly. You wouldn't, Benjamin? I would. To solve a murder. I don't know. What if they use that DNA to frame you one day? What if they don't? Oh, there's Elliot. What's up, Elliot? Good to see you. I would not give my DNA to an online database, no. But if I was a suspect in a murder and I didn't do it, I would give them my DNA to rule me out. No, this guy was something for UI, and she babysat for him. Oh, I didn't think of that. All right, the next one. If it was for a specific crime, I would. I wouldn't give it to a database, no. Dr. Vana says, I'm guilty of both. My family better stay in their lane. Oh, man. Okay, this is a long one. I'm going to actually go use the ladies' room, and then we'll read through this one. Because it is a long one. I'll be right back. Thank you, guys. Hold on. Okay. So the reason I'm pushing through these is because I'm going on vacation next week and I don't have a computer to take with me. So I'm not going to be able to do any screen share or anything like that. So I'm trying to get through these so I don't get too far behind. Kohberger told him that he had done some genetic DNA testing to learn more about his origin and believed he mentioned he was of German descent. No, I haven't. I'm going up to Michigan. Michigan. The mitten. Pure Michigan. Can you imagine the amount of bullshit Ann Taylor must have had to put up with? Thank you so much. Okay, so we're on page 331 of 556. We've been going for 5 hours, so We'll go a little bit longer and then I'm going to wrap it up because I'm getting tired. On January 10th, they interviewed this person that was a sophomore at WSU. The office she works at is located on the blank. Her desk is near the entrance to the section of that building. She mostly works for blank, and it was common for graduate students to meet with blank and discuss their education and future plans. She first met Bryan Kohberger when he came into the office to meet with blank. Shortly thereafter, Kohberger began coming into the office nearly every day to talk. This occurred during business hours. His conversations became personal instead of focused on his studies or work as a TA. He had an office downstairs, but did not really have a reason to be in the blank office area. On some days, I know, right, Potato? On some days, he would be working alone, on some days, she would be working alone from 3 to 5. Which was normal closing hours. Kohberger began coming in there seemingly to talk to her. She would try to focus on her work, but Kohberger would remain whether or not she interacted heavily with him. On one occasion, she was downstairs and came back to the office to lock up. Kohberger was in the office. This is exactly what he did to Jeremy Saba's mom in Pennsylvania. Jeremy Saba got arrested for drugs, thrown in jail in the clinker, and Bryan said he was going to come over and go visit him with the parents, with Jeremy's parents. He never showed up, so they left and went to go visit, and he went in and stole her iPad. And then, after Jeremy died, this woman, Miss freaking Saba, is in her kitchen. She turns around, and there's Creep Burger with her iPad saying, "Sorry, I stole this. I'm going to rehab." Fucking weird. That's some weird shit. She forgave him, but she said, "Don't ever come back here again." See, all these little things. Can you imagine turning around and there he is? Like, the fuck? I don't even trust that he had nothing to do with his friends' deaths, okay? So he had at least 2 friends that I know of that died from quote unquote overdoses. One was Ashley, starts with an F, and the other was Jeremy Saba. And they're both dead. And Ashley died, and there was another person there that ran off. They never found out who it was. Ashley, what was her last name? No, I have videos on it too. Flagel. Ashley Flagel was her name. Flugel. There you go. Thank you, Vanna. Dr. Vanna. Can I just call you Doc? Because, listen to this. Jeremy Saba was in good spirits, said his mom, right? He was working on his car. He got in his car, left, said he was going to buy oil. He came back from quote unquote buying oil, went to his room, fucking died. Fentanyl. Hang on. Ashley Flugel, Pennsylvania. She was 23 years old. And she was a lesbian, actually. Now I remember. Yeah. Now I remember digging into this. So she was a brunette. Um. Here we go. It's in the morning call. All right, we've got it. I'm going to actually share this with you guys so you guys can see it. Because I find this to be super weird. Oh, man. You had to pay to read it? Son of a gun. So when troopers arrived, she died May 24th, 2018. They found Flugel dead. Suspected packets of heroin stamped party time and apple. Hypodermic needles, and I can't read the rest. I know in that article it said they were looking for the person that was with her. Hold on a second. Let me look really fast. Okay. Right here. Right here. I have a 10-minute video and we're going to watch it. That way I can have a little break from reading for a second too. I'm starting to see things. Where is it? Okay, here we go, guys. Check this out. This is 1 year ago. I'll get the exact date. Look how fat he was, guys. Can you guys hear it, I hope? Hold on. Hold the phone. I never noticed that in this picture, look at, he's on like a FaceTime with this chick. Is that fake? Did he post that to look like he's talking to this girl? Because doesn't that look like Britney Spears? Remember he had the freaking song from Britney Spears? Criminal? There is no way that he was FaceTiming with that chick. Thanks, Whitebird. This is in his parents' basement, I think. His eyes don't look as crazy. Perhaps this was before he ever murdered? She does resemble Kaylee. Okay, so here we go. Let's keep going. Oh, what's the date on this? Let's look. Hold on. The exact date is September 2nd, 2023. September 2nd, 2023. Monroe County rests at Pennsylvania's northeastern edge. It borders New Jersey and is just one county over from the New York state line. Consequently, the Poconos region sits adjacent to the nation's largest heroin trafficking hub and market, according to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Pennsylvania maintains one of the nation's highest rates of drug overdose deaths annually, consistently in the top 5 in recent years. In 2020, Monroe County far outpaced the state in the category, ranking 3rd among Pennsylvania's 67 counties. Drug abuse is a problem in the area. The region has one of the highest rates of overdose deaths and one of the worst hit states for the U.S. opioid epidemic. Kohberger had his own lengthy battle with drug addiction. Several former friends told the Idaho Statesman. And a couple big losses came along with that addiction. Bryan Kohberger lost 2 friends from his friend group to drugs. From all accounts that we've heard, many people from Kohberger's past remember his considerable weight loss in high school. The dramatic change occurred between his junior and senior years. Kohberger also started kickboxing every day after school and running in the evenings with a neighbor. He also became hyper-focused on what he ate, to the point that he developed an eating disorder that required hospitalization, according to his friend, Jack Bayless. Oh, I thought it was muted.
His friend Casey Arntz estimated that Kohberger weighed more than 300 pounds, and the amount he lost was as much as half his body mass. And it was so rapid that Kohberger had tummy tuck surgery because he was left with so much excess skin. During the same time period, friends say Kohberger's personality also shifted, and he became more aggressive. In high school, Kohberger also started using heroin with classmate Ashley Flugel. Flugel later faced a raft of drug charges in 2017 and 2018, including a felony count of intent to distribute a controlled substance. In May of 2018, before her court appearance, Flugel, 23, died of an accidental drug overdose. However, there is an article in the Pocono Record stating that police were looking for a man who was at her house when she overdosed. And that article read, "State police investigators say they want to question a man who fled from a Monroe County home where a 23-year-old woman died of a drug overdose. On Wednesday morning, Richard T. Shinsky had allegedly been in the home in the 1200 block of Lindsay Lane in Effort, Chestnut Hill Township, where troopers discovered Ashley M. Flugel dead," State police at Fern Ridge said. State police say they were dispatched at 10:32 a.m. Wednesday to the Lindsay Lane home for a report of a woman who was unresponsive from an apparent overdose. When troopers arrived, they found Flugel dead. Suspected packets of heroin, stamped "party time," and apple, hypodermic needles, and drug paraphernalia, police said. Police say Shinsky had been at the house and fled before troopers arrived. Besides being wanted for questioning in Flugel's death, police said Shinsky is wanted in Lehigh County. Police did not give Shinsky's age or description. And there was no follow-up I could find on this story, except for the fact that Ashley has a brother named Bryan, who was jailed also on drug charges and ditched some evidence in his case on that same road where his sister overdosed. And as you can see, his friend Ashley also made quite the transformation in her body. But what else was interesting to note is that his friend Ashley was gay, and she credits her girlfriend in this post for giving her the confidence that she has. When I took a look at Ashley's social media, I noticed that her favorite book is called Burned. I have to wonder if maybe this was the book that Bryan Kohberger could have outlined.
It wasn't.
We can only imagine the effect that Ashley's death may have had on Bryan Kohberger's psyche. But this wasn't the only death in his friend group from drugs. Jeremy Saba, a neighbor that lived 2 houses down from Kohberger's childhood home, was part of that group and introduced Kohberger to heroin, according to his friends Bayless, Casey, and Thomas Arntz. Saba and Kohberger could be seen together in a photo that Saba posted on Facebook in August 2016, 4 months after Saba was arrested and charged with a DUI and misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia. He later pleaded guilty to both charges, according to Pennsylvania court records. And Kohberger's friend Bayless had this to say about Saba. I didn't like him personally because he got my boy into heroin. He also mentioned his falling out with Kohberger for several years over his drug issues.
I think drugs goofed him pretty bad. He was having a time. He'd tell me,
I'm clean now. I'm totally clean now.
and he'd have bleeding track marks on his arms.
Damn. Kohberger had no known criminal record before he was charged with 4 counts of murder and 1 count of felony burglary in the November 13th Moscow homicides. Saba was arrested again in September of 2018 for misdemeanor possession of a controlled substance, pleaded guilty, and received a year probation. In March of 2021, Saba, 27, died of an accidental drug overdose, according to the Monroe County coroner.
She does resemble
So
Santa.
hearing from Casey Arntz that after Bryan Kohberger's weight loss, he had weight loss surgery. Could that have been when his opioid addiction began? Was Bryan Kohberger prescribed opioids at some juncture and then fell in with his neighbor, started doing heroin, and then the rest was downhill? Do you think that if Kohberger never did heroin, that he may not be sitting where he is right now? Do you think that that changed him? Because it sounds to me from all accounts of his friends, between that junior and senior year, Bryan Kohberger, his attitude changed and his physical appearance changed. Or do you think it was underlying and it was bound to come out sooner or later?
Okay. That was faster than 10 minutes because I sped it up, but interesting stuff, right? Here is the link to that if you would like to put it in your watch later or something. That is me. That is me. That was my old video. Sillies. Silly. Hold on, I'm just looking at here's another quick one. Can you guys still see the screen? Here's another quick one. This one's like 2 minutes. But this might be interesting. I can't remember what's in it. Well, he knew that he was on the action plan, and also those girls had the Bryan tallies going on, right? See, this fits. The Bryan tallies, they had already been creeped out by him. He was keeping these weird office hours. He was doing awkward things, shutting the door, keeping himself between the person and the door, just making people feel uncomfortable. So he already had an action plan, and he had only been working there, what, a month? I mean, who gets a job as a TA and then within a month, you're already on an improvement plan? I mean, there's a reason why his old boss, and we're going to go over this in the Red Flag edition of Kohberger coming up soon. We're going to do Kohberger Red Flag edition. His boss, it's a myth that he couldn't handle cutting the fish. That's bullshit. That's bullshit story. The truth of the fish cutting job is that he was told not to interact with customers. And we're going to get into our Red Flag episode. And D, thank you. You're right. He was eating his feelings as a kid. So he was a fat little kid sitting around, not socializing because he couldn't. Do you guys think this is in his DNA? Oh my God, Angie B. Do you guys think this was in his DNA? And what in the hell made him start doing heroin? Was he on Adderall? Was he on opioids? Was he prescribed something, Ritalin? Was he prescribed some kind of drug as a child? Because a lot of times those antidepressants, or not Adderall, but antidepressants and some psychiatric drugs make you gain weight as well. Perhaps he was medicated until 8th grade. Yeah, and that was a great point. I think you're right. I mean, he lost 130 pounds, guys. 130 pounds. That's crazy. And then I'm going to give you the link to my red flag edition.
Color the man.
This is a deep dive. It is all chaptered. We got the fish cutting job. We've got all kinds of goodies that we dug out back then. So please save this to your playlist. That has a lot of nuggets in it. We've got fish cutting job is one chapter. We've got neighbor interview, Kohberger drugs and friends. Here's another guy that did drugs with him. Sister's movie role right here. There's the sister. Phone lines open, took the calls for the rest of the time. Then we looked at Ted Bundy's opening statements. Yeah, that's an interesting live. So check that one out. Let's get back to our docs. Okay, so we've got this woman who's working. She's a student. He's coming to her office. Stood directly behind her, did not move until someone else came in the room. She was informed staff had talked to him as many as 5 times about his behavior. 5 times. After the 3rd meeting, Kohberger did not come into the office as much to socialize. She'd see him in the hallway and said he would corner her and attempt to conversate. She would try not to engage, but he would attempt to force a conversation. She clarified that Kohberger physically cornered her, standing in a manner where she could not leave without running into him. She described this as scary, especially when she was alone. She recounted another incident where she saw Kohberger walking outside as she was locking up. He made eye contact with her, and when she looked out, which seems strange because you would have to be looking directly at the window where she made eye contact, he entered the building as she was leaving. She hurried into the bathroom to hide and avoid contact with him. When she thought about it later, she hid as if on instinct due to how uncomfortable contact with Kohberger had become. He had a reputation for being very homophobic. Sometimes her boss would take her home so she would not have to walk by herself or take the bus. She became concerned because of how many precautions she perceived were being taken because of Kohberger.
For making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it
Thank
happen.
you, Sarah. Could you have Doctor come on? I don't have a link now. I would have to set up a special stream with other software to do it because I don't have links. But yeah, I most definitely want to have her on. She hurried to the okay, so then her boss would take her home. She recounted an incident in which her neighbor saw someone very close outside her window and told her to make sure to lock her door. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really engaging with chat because I'm reading. So I'm sorry if I'm not really partaking in the... I don't know what you guys are talking about in chat. That's crazy. She didn't know who the person was, but learned that she lived fairly close to Kohberger. She learned from professors that Kohberger was fired as a TA in the fall 22 semester. She described all the interactions she had with Kohberger as uncomfortable, except for the very first time she saw him. She saw him almost daily until winter break. The conversations with Kohberger would start with blank were not necessary in an educational or professional context. She perceived the conversations happened only for Kohberger to be around her. She only knew of one time when he behaved differently than he normally did. Kohberger needed to talk to blank, who was in the office with blank, blank, and blank. Blank was speaking with blank, and Kohberger was waiting near the door. Blank told blank she thought Kohberger wanted to speak to him. He declined this and continued speaking with blank. Kohberger came into the room and sat in a chair, but nobody acknowledged him. When he realized this, he became angry and stormed out. She described Kohberger as very angry, as if he had built up a fury or rage. It was her opinion that Kohberger became angry because he was ignored and nobody acknowledged him. I asked if Kohberger acted any differently after the homicides. After thinking about it, she said it was right around the same time that Kohberger stopped coming in the office as much. Prior to that time, she had described Kohberger as somewhat arrogant and held her head up high when describing him, like that, puffed up, like someone else described. After that time, she said Kohberger kept to himself, seemed to be less interactive. When she described him after the homicides, she kept her head down. Interesting. He was puffed up and real arrogant beforehand, but then had his head down and was nicer to the women and more to himself. He did not disclose personal details or anything about himself when they would talk. There was one instance where he may have placed a hand on her shoulder, but it was during conversation, not to physically control or assault her. Specifically, she thought it was strange that he seemed to know her schedule and intentionally encountered her. She described herself as a gay woman and thought it was so strange because she had previously told Kohberger she had a girlfriend. Oh, this tracks with Ashley. This did not seem to deter him. Oh, my Lord. Just like Ashley Flugel. Of all the students that she interacted with, Kohberger was the only one that made her uncomfortable. On January 11th, let's see. They spoke with Blank via cell phone regarding her contact with Bryan. And then they go on to put the person's name. Erickson's phone number, Blank, had been listed in Kohberger's phone tolls. Oh, fuck. Who is Erickson? Okay. She verbally identified herself to me. She has a North Dakota driver's license. She informed me she was a blank at the blank in which Kohberger has resided. She did not remember any contact with him. She coordinates services for about 100 tenants and frequently contacted by them for repairs or apartment issues. What? She was in his phone tolls? What does that mean? His call list? Shortly after a tenant moves in, as part of her duties, she goes to the apartment, introduces herself, and makes sure they have the right phone numbers to call if they have certain issues at their apartment. She keeps a record of when she has completed this with a new tenant. She checked her records and documented she met Kohberger at his apartment on August 13th. She checked her records. Okay, wait. She didn't have any memory of Kohberger, was only aware of this contact because it was in her records. The blank hosts monthly events for tenants. She keeps a record of which tenants attended. He did not attend any of the hosted events, but he had his number in his contacts, or he called her. That's weird. Here's another person on January 11th that may have had contact with Bryan. His phone tolls indicated contact with Blank. Blank informed me that he had viewed pictures of Kohberger and did not recognize or have any memory of him. He worked part-time as a Blank delivery driver and possibly had contact with Kohberger during a food delivery. He did not find any calls or texts on his cell phone with Kohberger. He also tried searching the application to see if he completed a food order for Kohberger, but they're not able to. Ultimately, he could find no record or contact with Kohberger on his phone. So this is follow-up. Follow-up on tips. Okay, so this one is November 22nd, 2022. This person says he saw a student with a gash between his eyebrows in the College of Education building on the 3rd floor. Couldn't remember the date, but believed it was the 16th of November. The student was a white male, approximately 6 feet tall, 190 pounds. His hair was shaved on the sides with bushy hair on top, and he was wearing a red sweater. He requested the camera footage at this time and location not be overwritten. Ethan was a sophomore. He was Chapin's blank throughout enrollment. His last contact was 1 month before the incident. He called. Okay, so he went to the crime scene. He called blank after the incident. Told her not to. What? He is blank, blank, blank. Seen her in person approximately 3 to 4 times. He has contact with her over the summer regarding her classes and schedule. She had come in from the College of Natural Resources and Wilderness and Fishing. I don't know who they're talking about. It's all redacted. Blank blank reached out to blank via text message to ask for guidance on what to say to their teachers. They stated they were traumatized and may not be returning for classes. On December 6th, the Moscow Police Department, Dustin Blaker, viewed the camera footage recorded on November 16, 2022, to see the individual, and they were unable to locate the individual on the footage. Then they had tips from the FBI. On December 1st, federal agent or forensic accountant Douglas, requested copies of receipts for Kaylee at Taj Grocery on November 12th and Grub Wandering Kitchen on the 13th. They went and got them. They're just saying some of these were Apple Pay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is tip number 5684, stinker footage. I don't know what this means, but we'll read it. December 3rd, they went to the gas station in Moscow. They explained to the assistant manager they needed to collect surveillance footage. Okay, so then they got the footage from November 12th. They're lucky it was still there. They didn't go there till December 3rd. So they wanted footage from November 12th from 4 to 6 p.m. And then on November 18th, someone was interviewed by FBI agent Ryan O'Neill and FBI Special Agent Christopher Sheehan. Oh, this is the guy that went back to take ibuprofen. And it's all redacted. Detective Powell reviewed a camera angle. It did not appear blank or blank purchased beer. basically gas station footage. And then we have McDonald's footage. Because the guy said he went to McDonald's. So they really followed up on this dude, whoever this was. Now, this one, on December 14th, they met with this person. This person had been reported through multiple calls and emails. This is December 14th. And the tips suggested the following: that this person owned a 2011 to 19 blank, knew the victims, deactivated social media accounts following the release of the description of the vehicle, described himself as a clinical sociopath in a TikTok video. He was at the corner club the night before the homicides, and he was walking in the area of 1122 King. That's what the tips said. The following is a summary of the interview. Listen to the audio for full details. He works at blank in Moscow. He lives in Moscow. He belongs to a fraternity since spring of 2020. He was in a class with someone in Xana and Maddie. He did not know them personally. He followed Maddie on Insta and was Facebook friends with her because that's how they communicated in class. Has been to a blank out of house near 1122 a handful of times. He was at the corner club on November 12th from 7 to 8 with his roommate and girlfriend. They stayed there till midnight, and then they went to the apartment, spent the night. He didn't go to the corner club. A Facebook account, Blake, with 60,000 followers, posted his Instagram, and people were saying he was involved. He deactivated his Facebook and made his social media private because they were bringing unfavorable attention, to include death threats. He owns a blank. He does not own or have access to a Hyundai Elantra. The TikTok post about being a clinical sociopath was a joke. He does not believe he should be diagnosed with any mental disorder. He agreed to DNA and his phone downloaded. God. Death threats. Can you imagine? Attempt to identify vehicles, and then this is all blanked out. So they followed up on all the vehicles that were in the damn footage. This one is unknown female witness from WSU. She is a blank in the blank at WSU and shared a class, criminal justice, with Kohberger. She met him at orientation. She thought he came across as pretentious. He was routinely 1 to 2 minutes late. And the professor was unhappy with this behavior and publicly scolded him on one occasion. Kohberger approached her in September for help grading a case brief. By that time, Kohberger had a reputation of, quote, being a dick. Told you he was a dick. I knew it. A dick. Like he's just a dick. Are y'all still here? Do we need a little Grady Judd wake up call? Oh, I would if my soundboard was up. I need a Grady Judd wake up, please.
Wake up.
Yeah, lots of people are dicks, but I'm just saying, like, that's just how I always thought of him, just like, what a dick. Like, just a guy that's just a dick. Welcome in, Jamie. Good to see ya. Apple bottom jeans. All right. I woke you guys up. Hey, searching. Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Christy. Hi, Penny. Oh, I've got some thank yous to do. I'm going to have to turn on the camera, the old camera. I don't know if you guys are here right now or not, but I just got some Amazon packages, and I love it when I'm live. I can share with you guys what you guys are so generously doing. Oh, my camera's not fucking plugged in. Hold on. Hold, please. Because I'm super excited. Okay, here we go. All right, let me open that. Okay, so first, the generous Giselle generously yesterday sent me generous PayPal. I also got my face cream from Amazon, and I stand by this. It's from Amazon, and it's collagen, retinol, and I can't say it. Acid, deep moisture, and nourishment. It's cheap, but I'm telling you, I love it. So that's what that is. So thank you so much, Giselle. Okay, and then even more exciting, from MBS. MBS, I don't know if you're here or not, but check this out. Are you ready? I need some music for this one. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wasted away again in Cooterville. I'm going to be making some mixed drinks with this baby. Isn't she cute, though? It's this dusty blue. Thank you so much, MBS. All right. Enough joking around. Enough joking around. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. Anybody who even looks at my damn wish list, I am so grateful because I don't expect it. So it's a nice surprise, and I appreciate you guys thinking of me. I'm cleaning my entire garage while listening in the bushes. You are doing so amazing, Jay. Thank you. Thank you, Kels. 16 months and for everything you do. I know, amazing. You guys are amazing. And, while we're thinking about it, I wanted to let you guys know that Kathy P., our Kathy P., Let's Talk About It, her husband unexpectedly passed away yesterday. There is a PayPal fund set up for her, and it should be scrolling through the chat if you guys want to contribute to that. There it is. I want to see what it's up to. Oh, wow. You guys are amazing. $2,413 have been raised for her. Welcome, Painted Rocks. Thank you for becoming a member today.
Thank you.
But yeah, you guys, the goal was $1,500 and it's at $24. Oh, Julia, that's for my face, not my dreads.
I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, Diana coming in hot with 25 months. Pro Burgers GTFO. Get yourself, go fetch yourselves a brain for real. For real. Thank you, Diana. I love the 25 months. It looks so good on you. Okay, so where were we? She met him at orientation. She didn't talk. He was known for being a dick. She perceived him as quiet, well-read, and fairly well-spoken. He dressed very smartly, khakis, nice jeans, collared button-down shirt. The following are examples of complaints she heard against Kohberger. I want to thank you. Wake and Bake. Thank you so much. #1 true crime channel on Z platform. Thank you so much. Apple bottom jeans, Jay, I love your coverage on Kohberger. Thank you, Apple Bottom Jeans, for 4 months. Appreciate you guys. So these were the complaints. He was disrespectful towards his professors. He instigated contentious arguments in class. He expressed concern over the progeny of one of their classmates that had a hearing disability. He was an ableist. He only talked back or criticized female professors and students. He thinks highly of himself and doesn't interact well with other people. After talking with her friends and coworkers in the department, she feels very strongly that he is an incel. Ooh, Teresa, 21 months, baby. I love your picture. That's cute. Is that little Teresa?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. She feels he is an involuntary celibate and he thinks he deserves female sexual companionship. One of her colleagues said that undergraduate students were a little bit uncomfortable around him. A little bit? This is horrible. I mean, the bulk of these have been complaints. No wonder Ann Taylor said there was over 100 hours of interviews of people that didn't like him. Like she wasn't kidding. You don't say. Okay, so where are we? All right, this is another person from WSU. This person called on December 30th. She said her job were assisting teachers with curriculums, grading, and managing classes. She first met Bryan a week before the start of the semester. During orientation, her first impression was that he spoke in a weird cadence with a robotic tone. She said her first actual conversation was at that barbecue, and it was held at someone's house in Pullman on August the 28th. Now we have a date. August the 28th, 2022. Huh. All the faculty, staff, and grad students were invited, but no undergrads. She explained Kohberger introduced himself as Bryan and asked what she was researching. She said Kohberger was instantly off-putting as he attempted to explain the subject of her research to her. She said she was immediately done listening to him and that he rubbed her the wrong way with the conversation. She explained she did not have regular contact with him, but would only occasionally exchange pleasantries in the hallway since their offices were close to each other. She said what she knew about him was second and third hand, as she was kind of the mom of the group, and people would come to her with their problems. She could tell by her interaction with Kohberger at the barbecue, she was not going to attempt to take him under her wing, as she put it. She stated she was not a blank for any of Kohberger's classes, nor did she grade his papers or assignments. She said she was asked by someone to be a guest lecturer for one of her professional development classes sometime in September. Kohberger was a student in that class. She said she talked to the class about being a TA, how to grade, and how to build rapport with the students. During her class, she said Kohberger asked her how to build rapport with students. She explained her method of building rapport and stated that was the only interaction she had with him during or after the class. She said they didn't have a professional relationship. She didn't want one. Pretty early on, I started leaving my office door open when he was in his office, especially if there was ever a student in there, because I wanted to make sure there was nothing inappropriate. Like, I felt way early on that this guy was going to do something inappropriate with a student. She even told her mom about Kohberger and referred to him as, quote, the creepy guy. Wow. Imagine what these people thought when he was caught. She did not overhear any conversations from his office. Outside of the two previously mentioned interactions, she had no other dealings. She heard he did not drink and didn't know anything else. She said she had a conversation with someone where she asked how Kohberger was. This person said Kohberger was doing weird things and described a few encounters. She mentioned confronting Kohberger about stealing water out of the communal fridge. She mentioned Kohberger had an inappropriate encounter, like asking her out on a date with a work-study student that worked in the office next to this person. She mentioned instances of him just hanging around in the office by the work-study student, and an instance of him following the work-study student out of the building. She mentions incidences of Kohberger hanging out doing nothing while the work student was working.
La, la, la,
Okay.
la, la. You don't hold account.
She said there was another time, approximately September-October timeframe. Welcome, whoever just subscribed. Where someone came into her office and asked her to monitor Kohberger's behavior because they wanted to track it. She was instructed to write down anything she saw and notify this person. This person explained that all the rumors she had heard about Kohberger being aggressive with the faculty and conversations like cornering them in hallways and offices, asking out people inappropriately and mansplaining things. Blank told Blank they could not give Kohberger a PhD and give him authority. She told us about her friend who was another Blank and had an office next to hers, and about an incident in which a student named Blank left during class due to an exchange that made her mad to the point of tears. A couple days after the incident, Blank ran into Blank and asked if she was okay. And this person knew she was referring to Kohberger without saying specifically. And then she said Blank and Blank overheard a confrontation between Kohberger and someone else. Kohberger was questioning so-and-so's participation points system and teaching methods in a manner that was very public and did not allow this person to disengage. She never heard any other student having those issues with this person and referred to this professor as one of the best professors. She told us about an incident involving another person who teaches multicultural. She said she was outside the Wilson Short building at the bottom of the steps. There was a confrontation between Bryan and someone else that made her uncomfortable. And she had trouble walking away from him as he wouldn't let her disengage. She stated it was to the point another student had to intervene. She didn't know what the confrontation was about. She told another incident with Blank where she told Blank about a student who was presenting in her class and the presentation was going long. Blank told her she interrupted and stopped the student's presentation because they needed to move on. After class, the student who was interrupted confronted Blank about being stopped
Say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
and how that was not right and they should have been able to finish. She never told her it was Kohberger, but she could connect the dots because he was the only person causing problems. Imagine that, him going too long. Is she? My is she? Hey, beautiful. Hope you and more is she are doing good. Thank you for 11 months of support. I appreciate you. She believes it was circulating through the multicultural class that Kohberger was a traditional person who believes in traditional marriage. She told us there was quite a diverse group of students who are not traditional students. She told us about a student who was pacing around her office near Kohberger's. When she asked the student what she was doing, told her she wanted to put an alley sticker on Kohberger's office door. Ally sticker. Alley? I don't get it. ALLY sticker. She explained to blank that Kohberger did a presentation in the class and asked the class a question he did not get to hear the answer to. Blank claimed Kohberger gave his answer to the class and said something to the effect of, quote, "I already have my answer. It's wrong." Blank said whatever the question was, it led the class to believe Kohberger was homophobic, transphobic, or both. Oh, I see. She said Kohberger quickly complained about the sticker and she removed it. So she taunted him with his homophobia. She described Kohberger as very flat affect, seemed to stare into nothing, talked through you, not with you, always geared up for a debate, and never relaxed in the limited times she had seen him. She said she never saw him laugh. In the few times that they were both in their offices at the same time, she had only seen 2 females in his office, and all appeared to be appropriate behavior. She brought up another incident where someone told her about Kohberger and his mentor, who was a JD and an instructor. Kohberger was blank teacher assistant. Blank said Kohberger and blank had a disagreement in the office and explained the disagreement escalated to the point of shouting. And this person telling Kohberger to leave. He refused to leave. And this person ended up leaving instead. She didn't know what the argument was about, but was surprised because it was the first time this happened with Kohberger and a male that she knew about. So this was 2 guys. This was another guy. She could not remember seeing him after the murders, but she stated she had weird thoughts about him. She did not think he was behind the murders. She pegged him as a stalker or sexual assaulter type. And she described his office as sterile with nothing in it. Oh, this is surveillance footage for the transaction between Bryan and the clerk at the DMV. So this person at the DMV remembered him coming in to switch his plates from Pennsylvania to Washington. She recalled that he was a super nice guy, very charming. She even added him to their Christmas card list. He wore gloves the entire time, but didn't think it was abnormal due to cold temperatures. Oh, gloves, like regular gloves, not rubber gloves. The reason he was switching his title was that he was a graduate student and he needed to get residency. Let's see. July 9th, 2022. Okay. On January 10th and 11th, they interviewed this person about his telephonic activity with Bryan on July 9th, 2022. Initially, he didn't remember his interaction with him. However, he eventually remembered meeting and speaking with him at the pool party in Moscow. He was currently employed at, it doesn't say. He was aware of the case and had seen Kohberger's picture after the arrest, but without any additional context, he didn't recognize him or have any interactions. On January 11th, he provided the following information: that he remembered meeting him at a pool party. He had been invited by the DJ. There were about 75 people there, most of them grad students. They just ran into each other while they were mingling. They talked about WSU. Kohberger was wearing board shorts and a gray shirt. He talked a lot about physical fitness. He seemed very focused on running, specifically trail running. He was awkward, but he attributed it to being new in the area. He agreed to go running with Kohberger at a later time and gave him his phone number by texting him, and he ultimately never went running with him. And then he says, as we concluded our interview, he told us he spoke with a foreign exchange student known to him as blank. He didn't have her number, but her Instagram title was blank. He told us he would attempt to provide additional names of people at the July 9th pool party. So when did he actually get there? Because remember, thanks, PJ. Remember, they went back to June 23rd on the warrants when we went through the warrants. Some of them they amended and went back to June 23rd because he's at this pool party on July the 9th. When was orientation? When was the barbecue? You know? Here's another person. She is something and never talked to Kohberger. She saw him at a holiday potluck. Did he eat? Oh, look it. Here we go. She did not interact with him at the potluck, but overheard him say, quote, "It doesn't look like there's anything I can eat." Oh, Jesus. At the potluck, Kohberger was dressed in all black, wearing black gloves. She noted it was cold outside, but everyone else had removed their outdoor gear. She got up and Kohberger stared at him the whole time he was standing. These are the complaints she heard about him: that he would show up 15 minutes before the end of the day and talk blank and blank's ear off and not take social cues when they said they had to go home. He would follow them to the parking garage. A mandatory discrimination and harassment training was held because of him. He didn't take social cues and made people uncomfortable. Someone said they got a weird feeling when she saw him talking with blank and hung out in the kitchen and washed dishes really slowly because she felt like she should be there. Wow. So people even stayed after they were, weren't supposed to be at work because they didn't feel comfortable. He was at oh, that's right. Isn't that when that's when he flew out there, right? Or his dad? He took his dad to the airport or something? Creepy. You know what's really creepy? Let me show you. I've saved some little nuggets to throw in here and there as we go through these. Hold on. Let me go to my watch later. Let me see if it's this one. Oops.
Might be able to solve that Seattle crime. This is a Ted Bundy special.
Wait, hold on.
Confessions of a Killer.
That's so dramatic. I want to show you guys something.
Finally decided to tell police his real name.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's a career choice, and his just happened to be
In his early 20s that he was illegitimate, becoming active in breeding and when he began killing less than a year later.
No, it's not raining.
He said, when you're alone with a victim who's very much alive and vibrant and pleading for their life, he said, you become God. He said, you have the power over life and death. And he said, when you kill them, you hear the last noises that they'll ever put out of their mouth. You can basically taste the last breath that comes out of their body. And he said, there's a phenomenal feeling of power over that. And he said, that's what you feed off of after a while.
It was like...
That's sick. I'm looking for something specific, though. Hold on. I don't know if it's in this one. I have so many damn videos saved. Hold on. I can't find it. It's all right. It was actually a report on Ted Bundy at Sammamish. Oh my gosh, I can't say that. Sammamish. Hang on. Here it is. This is weird. So here it is, 1974. And they actually, let me get this video pulled up for you guys. Thanks for sticking around with me all day. Damn, you guys are troopers. Check this out. And then I think I'm gonna shut this down and we're gonna call this one a wrap because I can't sit here any longer. But I wanted to show you guys this. Watch. There's no sound. So this is actually footage from the day, and they caught him stalking in the background. They caught him sitting out there. 2 girls went missing within hours of each other. And he sat here. You can see him. I don't know if they're going to actually point it out, but he was sitting in the parking lot while they were looking for these 2 girls. He was sat right there in his orange VW. But this is like the police response and everything, and he was sitting there. And Bryan was at this park. Wasn't it on his Strava or something? Oh, the yellow bug. Thank you, Noting Up today. Yeah, after the fact, they caught him in that footage. What's this? Here's more footage. Look at, they had helicopters up. This is 1974. I think the serial killers gave his life meaning. Yeah, I mean, we also heard that what was I saying? I can't remember. Oh, all the files that he had downloaded on like 20 plus serial killers. I was one when this video was. Oh, we got sound.
Idea that there might have been foul play, but there really are no clues. The searchers.
Listen.
As with all searches of this kind, the police and the searchers have to contend with the grim idea that there might have been foul play, but there really are no clues, no theories as to the disappearance of the two girls. Bill McSpadden reporting from Lake Sammamish State Park.
I know, Dana. As I'm saying, I think he was doing the same thing.
We recognize the tremendous job that all of the police officials have been doing in this area, the search and rescue units, everyone has just been tremendous. But if the addition of individuals and private groups, the information...
Bill McSpadden reporting.
Look they were still missing. Just straight up went missing within a couple hours of each other. And he liked the brown-haired girls with the part down the middle, right? And then this was the sketch that was put out. Doesn't even look like Bundy.
But with the disappearance of the Autumn and Naslin girls on the same day from the same state park came the first indications that a male subject was involved. There were 40,000 people out here on that day, and some of them recall that Janice Ott had been asked by a good-looking young man wearing an arm cast to help her load his sailboat on the car in the parking lot beyond. These same witnesses provided information for a police sketch and recorded. Suave. Almost immediately, police were getting reports that Ted was at Central State College and at the Seattle Tavern, where two other girls had disappeared.
Wow. Scary time. I agree. He was not suave like Ted is known to be, right? Here's another one. I like these old.
People missing? I think they should be getting together so that the girls could be protected that are walking.
Afraid?
You just gotta be really careful. Well, I think what was for you, and then by that time that might have been just too late.
Do you think they would go that far, go in and get...
Wow. There's the tip lines back in the 70s. And all the paper. Is my sound screwing up again? Well, they have a board with all the missing girls, and then this was their sketch. Yeah, I don't know why. Can you still hear me? I know. I'm going to get off here anyways. Thank you guys so much. It's been 6 hours. We are officially leaving off on page 357. Thank you guys for joining, and thank you for your support. Hit the like button if you have not. This is just a gentle reminder to put your DNA on the like button. Thank you, Dr. Vanna. I look forward to hearing from you. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow and we can finish these out before I have to leave. So, thank you so much, Pretty Hate. That's so sweet of you. Thank you again, MBS, for the Amazon gifts, and also to Giselle. Thank you so much, you guys. Let's give some thank yous in our credits, and I will see you in the next one. Stay safe. Have a great night. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in and join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.